Chapter 31 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Since I finished my last chapter, I have consulted my wife, and she agrees that I should print extracts from some of her letters written at this time. In an ordinary way, such letters would be considered quite private and sacred, but there is nothing ordinary about our history, and to ignore that fact is only to court trouble and to pave the way to future misunderstanding. Both my wife and I are poets. I have always been very jealous and particular about the use of the words poet and poetry. However much I may like a man or a woman, and however much I may desire to please him or her, I will not say that he or she has written good poetry, a very rare thing, especially in this age, unless I really think it. When I say that my wife is a poet, I mean it, and I consider that she has written better poetry than any other woman of my time, not excepting Mrs. Meynell, for whose work I have the greatest admiration. To say, as I dare say will be said, that I call her a good poet just because she is my wife, would be putting the cart before the horse. It was just the fact that she had written such really beautiful stuff that, combined with her exceptional beauty and grace, drew me to her and differentiated her from all the other girls I had ever met. As I am at least as good a judge of what is and is not fine poetry as any man now living, I have a perfect right and qualification to estimate the value of her work. This being the case, and granting therefore that my wife and I are both considerable poets, and seeing that I have been, very much against my will and inclination, forced for years into a fierce glare of publicity, it is merely foolish to ignore the certainty that after we are dead, everything we have done, said, or written will be the object of public interest. The few remaining letters written by Oscar Wilde to me which I did not destroy, including some of those he wrote to me at Berneval directly after he came out of prison, were sold by me directly after the ransom case to the late Mr. Bernard Quaritch, who was at that time lying ill in bed. I sold them because I was, for the time being, ruined and penniless, and because it was absolutely necessary for me to raise money, chiefly in order to be able to fight the Chancery case against Colonel Custance for the custody of my son, then a boy of 11 years. Mr. Quaritch was too ill to see me when I offered him the letters, about 35 of them. He offered me, and I accepted, as far as I remember, £350. At the time I sold the letters, and also, for £200 or £300, all the autographed copies of his own books which Oscar Wilde had given me, I hated the very name of Wilde. My idea was to dissociate myself as far as I could forever afterwards from him and from any memory of him. I remember thinking at the time when I sold the books and letters that this was the only good turn Wilde had ever done me. I understood when I sold the letters, through a member of his firm, to Mr. Quaritch, that Mr. Quaritch pledged himself not to sell the letters during his own and my lifetime. This stipulation, which I claim to have been made, and indeed voluntarily made by Mr. Quaritch himself, is denied by those who at present control the firm. So, as it is merely a case of my word against theirs, I will say no more about it. But it is a fact that Messrs. Quaritch sold the letters very shortly afterwards, after the death of Mr. Bernard Quaritch, and that they subsequently changed hands several times. In the end they were bought in New York by Mr. William Andrews Clark, to whose privately printed edition of the letters I have already referred, for the large sum of £2,000. My own letters to Wilde, most of which are, I suppose, in the possessions of the heirs or executors of the late Robert Ross, who stole them, will be just as valuable when I am dead. The same applies to my letters to my wife, and hers to me, many of which will also, sooner or later, almost inevitably be given to the world. So that if I publish extracts from a few of them now, I am only anticipating what is bound to happen. Here is one of Olive's letters, written before I went to America. Dear sweet Prince, I am thinking of you every moment and praying that your luck may turn, and that things may be better soon. The little princess is most unhappy about the dear beautiful prince. She cried when his letter came and wished, oh how she wished, to be rich and powerful, that she might help him in some way. I was too sad to dream yesterday, so I took up my imaginary portraits and read about Denis l'Auxerrois, because he reminds me of you, a flaxen and flowery creature. And then I read Shakespeare's sonnets, and wondered why people should have worried so much who they were written to, because, you see, I know it was you. Shakespeare must have met you in another world. When in the chronicles of wasted time I see descriptions of the fairest wights, I see their antique pen would have expressed even such beauty as you master now, so all their praises are but prophecies of this our time, all you prefiguring. Let me see you on the 30th, if only for a moment. Opal. Olive was called Opal by her friends, although I always preferred to call her Olive, partly because her first volume of poems was called Opals, and partly because she suggested that beautiful stone. She always wore opals at that time. The rows of dots in her letters are characteristic, as she seldom used commas and full stops. None of her letters at this time are dated, which makes it difficult to fix the order in which they arrived, but the next was almost certainly written just after we first met. Weston Hall, Norwich. Beautiful Prince, I must send a few words to you by the early post, just to thank you for your sweetness to me. It was so lovely to look into your clear, brave eyes and talk to you, and hear your voice and your laugh. It was so lovely that I can hardly believe it was not all a dream. When shall I get another letter from you? And tell me, are you pleased with your little princess? No, I am not your princess. She will be very beautiful. But meanwhile, love me a little, please, kind and beautiful prince. Opal. The letter that follows was evidently written just as I was starting for New York. Weston Hall, Norwich. My own boy, what a joy to get that last little letter from you. But now at last I feel you have really gone, and I'm miserable without you. Last night I dreamed of you and woke to find my pillow wet with tears, and I stretched out my empty arms to you and called you, my prince, very softly, but you were too far away to hear. Oh, how I miss you, your sweet golden head, your small red mouth, always, it seems, a little shy of my kisses, and above all your great blue eyes, the most beautiful eyes a boy ever had, like two blue flowers under water, as I told you once, and those carved lids fringed with lashes thick and long. I think I wrote that poem to you. How my lips love them! If only I might kiss them tonight. But if I were to write forever, I should not be able to tell you how much I love you. Here a page and a half are omitted. I will send you the photographs as soon as they are ready, and I will also send you to New York a little cigarette case for your birthday on the 22nd, isn't it? I seem to be scribbling dreadfully, but I forget even to write well when I write to you. I forget everything except that I love you. See, what a child I am! But you will understand because you are a child too, my darling. My own Bosie, whom God made for me, I think. Good night, my poet. And you must write a poem to me, I think. I dream beautiful dreams tonight, and I will pray that they all come true. Your loving Olive. The basilisk sends his love to you, and the young boy basilisk, if he is not lost. The little heart is safe. The young boy basilisk was a ring with an emerald snake's head and ruby eyes which Olive gave me, but who the other basilisk was I cannot now remember. Here is another letter, evidently written after I got back from New York. 19 Dover Street, W. Darling Prince, When are you coming to London? I am so longing to see you. I have taken 2 stalls for the importance of being earnest for next Saturday afternoon. Could you come? It would be a way of meeting. I shall say I am going with George, so that will be all right. My beautiful, London is very dark without you. Come out of the clouds, my sunbeam. Your page. This last letter was evidently written to me when I was staying at Clouds, the place in Wiltshire of my great-uncle, Percy Wyndham. I give 2 more letters, the first written before I went to New York, and the second after I came back. Weston Hall, Norwich. My own Prince, the little heart is sweet. This was a locket I sent her with a lock of my hair. And I shall always, always wear it, even when you have forgotten me and married the beautiful rich princess who will give you all those lovely things you ought to have. I miss you more than I can say, for I love you beyond everything in the world, and I think we shall never be happy together again. Write to me soon, soon, and tell me you love your little page, and that one day you will come back to him. My prince, my prince. I found Mummy rather unhappy as Tanny, her governess, had told her we met that time in London. Wasn't it horrible of her? However, Mummy has forgiven us, and all will be well if she doesn't find out about Paris. She would never forgive any of us then, I am afraid. Goodbye, my darling. May all your dreams come true. I cannot write more. Goodbye. Olive. The next one appears not to be signed, and breaks off abruptly, but probably a sheet is missing. My own boy Prince, send me the photograph at once, please. It will be something to look at till I see you, my darling, my beautiful. I have another photograph for you, better than the last, and I am having it tinted for you. Don't stay too long away from London, as I shall certainly be up on the 30th. And write to me to 19 Dover Street, Piccadilly, W. As your friend's writing is so utterly unlike yours, they would never guess anything. Tell him not to forget to put Miss Olive Custance, as then they cannot give them to Mummy by mistake. A dreadful thing happened to your last wire. It was opened by Daddy. However, Bosie conveyed nothing to him, so I said it was from Natalie, and soon after sent myself a wire from her to say she was going to Italy, as Mummy doesn't like her. I think you will laugh at all this. But oh why does fate make it so difficult for us to meet? I have no doubt that some of my critics will say that I ought not to have chosen letters which make flattering reference to my personal appearance. My answer is twofold. In the first place, I cannot choose letters which are free from such a reference for the simple reason that they do not exist. Every letter Olive wrote me at this time, and, for that matter, for a good many years afterwards, contained such references. My second answer is that this admiration of the girl for the boy is in itself beautiful and brave and right and classic, even if it does not commend itself to modern stupidity. Shakespeare's heroines, who were the model of everything that is perfect in womanhood, did not hesitate to express similar sentiments. "Swear by thy gracious self who art the god of my idolatry," says Juliet to Romeo, and, also referring to him, "O serpent heart hid with a flowering face," and she retracts the serpent heart part of it immediately afterwards and accuses herself bitterly for it. I could give 100 more instances. Indeed, so far from being the least ashamed of the fact that a lovely girl thought me a beautiful boy prince, and said and wrote it on every possible occasion, I glory in it. These letters are, moreover, a crushing answer to Frank Harris, who, not content with attacking my character with foul lies and misrepresentations, goes out of his way in his ugly book to make half-hearted but spiteful attempts to run down my personal appearance as it was when I first met Oscar Wilde. This is all part of the modern Bolshevik hatred of beauty in any form which is typical of much of the tendency of modern art and literature. I will never be a party to it, nor to the idiotic convention which makes so many, who really think it, afraid to say that a boy may be, and frequently is, just as beautiful as a girl. As a model of what may and may not properly be said or written on any subject, Shakespeare will always be good enough for me. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. There is another aspect of this episode of my life which I have no intention of shirking. My idea is that for a man to write what purports to be the history of his own life, and to leave out the most interesting and psychologically revealing part of it, is dishonest and stupid. It would be easy for me to write a book representing myself to be other than I really am. To a certain extent I have already done so, with the assistance of Crossland, in Oscar Wilde and myself. At the time I wrote, or endorsed, that book, I had really persuaded myself that it presented a true picture of me. In truth, it merely presented a picture of what at that time I wished to be supposed to be. At my age, and believing as I do that the battle of my life is over, I decline to put on any of the convenient cloaks and masks which convention has at our disposal whenever we need them. It is fairly evident from the letters I have quoted, and from the story of my marriage as I have here related it, that I was in the whole affair of my marriage more the pursued than the pursuer. I firmly believe that in the end, after we had been married for some time, I loved my wife more than she did me. I have often told her so. But at the time of our courtship period, she courted me more than I did her. The reasons for this were twofold. The first reason was that, as a result of the social decline I had suffered as a consequence of the Wilde affair, I had definitely adopted the attitude which I have already described. The attitude, that is, of avoiding even any appearance of making advances to other people, either in the way of friendship or love or mere acquaintance. I was so sensitive to slights that my whole life was ordered on the basis of a line of conduct which would make it difficult, if not impossible, for slights to be offered to me. Towards marriage my attitude was quite definite. I said to myself, I will never make love to a girl of my own class and ask her to marry me. If any girl wants to marry me, she will have to do it all herself. I refuse to go after any girl with a view to marriage. I was, moreover, at this period of my life, not preoccupied with girls, and I took very little notice of them when they came my way. Before the Wilde scandal broke out, when I used to go a great deal to dances and stay in country houses, I had a few girl-friends, but although I was fond of them, and even had sentimental feelings about at least 2 of them, I never got within 100 miles of thinking about marrying them. After the Wilde affair, I subconsciously came to the conclusion that marriage with any English, or I should say of course properly British, girl was out of the question. The American heiress was obviously another pair of horses. My idea was that I would marry for her money an American girl, she had to be American, who had a superabundance of it, and that she would marry me because I had a title and an historic name, and because I knew, and could easily show her, or anyone concerned, that, with plenty of money, there would not be the slightest difficulty in getting back again into the social circle from which I was then partially, though never altogether, excluded. I have less compunction in mentioning these sordid ideas, because, after all, they never got beyond the region of ideas. I think it is exceedingly unlikely that I would ever have married any girl, however many millions she had, unless I had loved her. One proposes to do things, and nature laughs at one and says, "All right, go ahead, my dear child, but you will soon find out where I come in." For me to be married at all, therefore, to an English girl was something of a miracle. In order that it should happen, it was necessary that there should be a girl who loved me very much, and who had the very great courage to despise and ignore what was then the conventional attitude of society towards me, and who was prepared to take every risk. In addition to that, she would have to make the first advance, and a good many other advances after that. On the top of all this, there was also to be considered that I was exceedingly fastidious, that I would not so much as look at a girl who was not, on the one hand, well-born, beautiful, and outstandingly attractive, and, on the other, intellectual and appreciative of poetry and literature. As I have never been good at mathematics, I refrain from any attempt at calculating the odds against any such girl being found to fulfill all the conditions, yet there she was. The second reason for the lines into which our courtship period fell is to be found, I believe, in the obscure psychology of sex. I believe that almost everyone is, more or less, bisexual. All my life, up till 2 or 3 years ago, I have angrily and violently resented the suggestion that I ever had anything feminine about me. If anyone wanted to get a rise out of me, at any time from my school days onwards, the way to do it was to make some such suggestion. When I was a schoolboy, I was so determined to be manly that I deliberately went about insufficiently clothed in winter. I used to shiver without underclothing, unless someone took the trouble to insist that I wore it, which of course did not happen at school. Although by nature rather nervous and apprehensive, I cultivated insensibility to pain, and whenever any danger appeared, I trained myself to rush out to meet it more than halfway. Harris, in his book, so often referred to, speaks of my insane courage and aristocratic contempt for convention. Well, within the last 2 or 3 years, having got into a backwater of life, and being determined, if possible, to look steadily at everything, I have come to the conclusion that I really have all the time had a great deal of the feminine in my nature. What is more, I believe that I have been most successful in life when, acting naturally and without thinking what I was doing, I have allowed this part of my nature to assert itself. Letting myself go, so to speak. Everyone should try to control his nature, but to try to distort it or force it is a great mistake, and leads to all sorts of miseries and misunderstandings, both for oneself and for others. One should never allow one's nature to run away with one, but, on the other hand, one should be careful not to resist or repress it too much. It also occurs to me with great force that what Harris calls insane courage and aristocratic contempt for convention are really feminine qualities and not masculine. The average woman is far braver than the average man. The common kind of courage, that of the soldier who disregards the danger of death, belongs to the majority of men in the last resort. I mean that if it has to be exercised, they exercise it without making a fuss about it. But when you come to moral courage, it hardly exists at all among men. There is only one man in 10,000 who will brave the full violence of public opinion. Women, on the other hand, will often do it, if they're in love or to defend their children. I used to think that the Englishman was the most cowardly creature, morally speaking, on earth. But I believe now I was doing him an injustice. Moral cowardice is not peculiar to the English any more than to the French or the Italian or any other nationality. But it is characteristic, with exceptions of course, of men as opposed to women. The bravest men are those who have a good deal of woman about them. On the other hand, the same men have, of course, the defects of their qualities. To understand the psychology of sex, one must be outside the circle and beyond the tyranny of the sexual motions. I do not mean by that one must be sexless or unaffected by the sex urge. A man or a woman who is in that condition can really understand nothing at all about it. Chastity to such a man or woman is not a virtue, but an indifferent condition. I have been chaste, solely through religion, for 14 years roughly, and I am therefore able to look dispassionately at my own sex psychology. Looking back at it from these serene heights, I am able to see, what I would have probably indignantly denied at the time when I was in the vortex, that up till the time when I became a Catholic, the guiding principle of my life was the desire to be loved and admired. Of course, I understand now, when it is too late, that these feelings and instincts which were perfectly natural to me, and which I could no more help than I could help the colour of my hair, might have existed combined with absolute purity and chastity. When I say that they might have existed, I am putting it much too low. The fact is that they did exist, and did operate, in innumerable cases quite outside any avowed question of sex. Whether I liked it or not, I did for years attract persons of both sexes with a very powerful attraction. When I was at Oxford, I even suffered greatly from the jealousy of my friends. Each was anxious that I should believe that he was the friend to the exclusion of others. It was a common experience for me, so common indeed that I used to enjoy ecstasies of secret laughter every time it occurred, for a friend to warn me against other friends. Then, when, as of course was bound to happen, the friend realized that he was not accepted at his own valuation and to the exclusion of others, he had a grievance against me and very often ended by nearly disliking me. What kept me away from girls at the period of my life, 1900 to 1902, which I have now reached in these memoirs, except in the lower form of very infrequent casual liaisons, was just that I did not for a moment intend to put up with less love and admiration from a girl than I had been in the habit of getting, without any conscious effort on my part, from innumerable male friends. I certainly was not going to marry any girl who did not get at least as sentimental about me as my friends at Oxford, and later, had been in the habit of getting. This is only another way of saying that I was very spoilt, and that I was determined, in so far as I thought about it at all, to have nothing but the very crème de la crème in the way of marriageable love. Naturally enough, having these feelings, even though I was not quite aware of them and had not analysed them, I got what I wanted. In exactly the same way I had got Oscar Wilde, the most brilliant man of his age. I never set out to attract him, which is what Harris tries to make out. If Harris knew anything about the psychology of either Wilde or myself, he would know that it was precisely because I made no effort at all to attract Wilde that he became infatuated with me. It took him a year's hard work, and every bit of brain he had, to get me half as interested in him as he was in me from the moment he first saw me. In the case of Olive it was of course different. I fell desperately in love with her, not really quite at first sight, but after I had known her for a very short while. In the end, after we were married, I was more in love with her than she was with me. Then, of course, the moment that happened, I was, comparatively speaking, lost, as far as my supreme position in her eyes was concerned. It was a dreadful business, but I do not see that I could help it or was to blame. Moreover, even if I had known then what I know now, I could only have prolonged the agony of our love. But how could I know or guess that the very thing she loved in me was that which I was always trying to suppress and keep under? I mean, the feminine part of me. As soon as I was married, I deliberately tried to be more and more manly. The more manly I became, the less attractive I was to Olive. I can see now, looking back at it all, that she was always desperately trying to recapture the me that she had guessed and seen and loved, and only occasionally finding it concealed under various cloaks. If we had never married, we would have gone on forever adoring each other. But marriage, which I for my part, entirely agreeing with St. Paul, believed to be a quite second-best institution as compared with chastity, gradually destroyed our love. When I say destroyed our love, I only mean that it destroyed our passionate love. Another kind of love still remains. My only consolation, now that I at last understand, is that if she had married anyone else, her disillusion would have been 10 times more rapid, and quite as complete. Moreover, what pair of lovers in the world is going to believe that their only chance of preserving their love for each other at its highest point is not to marry, and that from the moment they marry, their love will begin to decline? Yet I feel quite certain that this is the case with those who are spiritually minded. Love is a flame whose fuel is the flesh, which, burning in that unconsuming fire, distills the milky dew of chaste desire, whose secret sap wells ever sweet and fresh. If it be said that I am trying to run down marriage, I reply that I am not trying to do anything. I am merely stating what I believe to be the facts. I wish, as much as anyone else, that married love could be eternal, and that it did not feed upon itself and consume itself. That it is not eternal, and that it does consume itself, is part of the curse of Adam and Eve from which there is no escape, except by the pains and suffering of renunciation and sacrifice, out of which sometimes another kind of love emerges. I feel on this subject as I do about hell. The modern idea is that hell is unthinkable, and that it is much too horrible to be true. But is anything too horrible to be true? And what is the use of refusing to believe in something because one does not like it? And so it is with this, perhaps the most terrible curse of all, the impermanence of married love, the impossibility of going on loving your wife or your husband to the end in the same degree. There is something that will beat it, something that will make it all come right in the end. Moreover, after great suffering and anguish, even when they are blind and misdirected, sometimes a miracle occurs, and in the wilderness waters break out, and the desert rejoices and blossoms like the rose. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. After our marriage, the next few years were uneventful. Our son was born in a house in Chelsea. We went abroad to Corsica and the Riviera, then back to London, and then to Wiltshire, to a beautiful farmhouse called Lake Farm. We owed Lake Farm to my cousin, then Mrs. Edward Tennant, later Lady Glenconnor, and now Lady Grey of Falladon. At that time she and I were friends, and had been so from childhood. It was she that pointed out to me the beauties of Lake Farm, which was half a mile from her house, Wilsford, and arranged with our landlord, dear old Mr. Lovibond, who occupied the beautiful old Elizabethan lake house, that I would be a suitable tenant for his farmhouse. Lake Farm was on the lovely road that runs between Amesbury and Salisbury. It was only about 100 yards from the River Avon, one of the best trout streams in England. During the time I was there, about 2 years, I had the run not only of Mr. Lovibond's water, but of that, extending over several miles, of our neighbours at Amesbury Abbey, Sir Edmund Antrobus, Strobus, and Lady Antrobus, Wavy. Farther down the river I also had leave to fish in the water of Mr. Devonish, and sometimes in that of Mr. Louis Greville, uncle of the late Lord Warwick, so I had miles of the finest trout fishing in England for nothing, and I became a fairly skilful dry fly fisherman. I must put it on record that I was taught to fish by my father-in-law, Colonel Custance, at Weston, where he had a splendid trout stream. He was a magnificent fisherman. Up to the time of my marriage I had never fished at all, but I ended by loving it quite as much as shooting. I believe I caught one day, with dry fly, the second largest basket of trout ever secured on the Amesbury Abbey water. As far as I remember, and it could of course be verified in the trout book kept at the Abbey, I got 18 fish, all over 1.5 pounds, 11 of them over 2 pounds, and one of 3 pounds. In addition to that, I put back quite a dozen just under 1.5 pounds, the rule of the water being that you kept only fish over 1.5 pounds. The record basket was made the same year a few days before by Mr. Payne Galway. While we were at Lake, the Tennants, afterwards Glenconnors, were, with Mr. Lovibond, our nearest neighbours, and showed us much kindness. But our great friends were the entirely delightful Strobus, who had formerly commanded the Grenadier Guards, and the equally delightful, if eccentric, Wavy. Their constant kindness and hospitality contributed largely to make our stay at Lake about the happiest period of our married life. It is tragic to think that both Strobus and Wavy are dead, and that their only child, Tuts, Grenadier Guards, was killed in the war. The present owner of the Abbey, which, by the way, was built by my collateral ancestor, the Duke of Queensberry, who resided there with Kitty, Duchess of Queensberry, celebrated for her patronage of the poet Gay, who wrote the Beggar's Opera at Amesbury Abbey, and for her aristocratic insolence to George III, is Sir Cosmo, brother of the late Sir Edmund, but I believe he does not live there, and the magnificent Palladian house stands empty. It was while I was at Lake in 1907 that my cousin Pamela Tennant, Lady Grey of Falodon, induced her husband, Eddie Tennant, afterwards Lord Glenconner, to buy the Academy and to make me its editor. It is very difficult to write on this subject. My cousin Pamela, to whom I had always been devoted, is too well known both for her beauty and her talents — she is a considerable poet — to make it necessary for me to say anything about her from those points of view. Any feeble tribute that I could make to her would be completely drowned and overwhelmed in the constant flood of appreciation and adulation that has followed her from her earliest youth down to the present day. All I need say is that she was very kind to me, and that her action in getting me the editorship of the Academy was a piece of pure good nature and friendliness, which I have never ceased to appreciate and be grateful for. But the unfortunate truth must be told that while the general consensus of opinion, I think I may say without much fear of contradiction, puts my editorship of the Academy on record as synonymous with the palmy days of that journal, which rapidly declined and died after I was pushed out of the editorship, Pamela and I were never able to see eye to eye about it. From the moment I started editing it, there was constant friction and trouble. Whatever I did, I never seemed able to please the proprietor of the paper and his wife. I was constantly being found fault with, and whatever success the paper achieved while it still belonged to the Tennants was in the teeth of much opposition and detraction from this quarter. Part of the trouble was no doubt due to the fact that I was a strong conservative of the die-hard variety, and that Eddie Tennant, Mr. Asquith's brother-in-law, was a Liberal and MP for Salisbury. At the same time, I must say that my running of the paper in the Conservative interest, and in the strongest opposition to Messrs. Asquith, Lloyd George, and Winston Churchill, whom I regarded then, and regard still more now, as jointly responsible for the ruin of the country and the smash-up of almost everything that used to make life in England worth living, was not carried on in opposition to the wishes of the man who was finding the money to run the paper and to pay my salary, £300 a year, which barely paid my out-of-pocket expenses, and which was less than half what might have been considered a fair salary for what I was doing. Some member of my own family said to me one day that it appeared to be rather rough on Eddie Tennant that I should be using his paper and his money to attack his party and his brother-in-law. This caused me to have qualms about the matter, and I wrote to him and told him what had been said, and asked if he objected to the political line of the paper. "If so," I said, "I will drop it. I cannot, of course, change my views or those of the paper, but if you wish it, I will drop politics altogether and stick to literature alone." Eddie wrote back at once and said, in effect, "Not at all. I don't mind it a bit. In fact, I think it very lively, and a great deal of what you say I entirely agree with." Much relieved at the receipt of this letter, I went ahead, and about 2 weeks later I wrote a very strongly worded attack on Mr. Asquith for his suppression, at the last minute, of the procession which had been arranged to celebrate the Catholic Eucharistic Congress. Incidentally, I must mention that during the whole time I controlled the Academy, I ran it as a High Church Anglican paper. I did not become a Catholic till the year after I lost the editorship. To my great surprise and indignation, I received what I can only describe as an extremely offensive letter from Eddie Tennant. He afterwards admitted that it was offensive, and withdrew and apologized for it. He told me that he considered that my article on Mr. Asquith was in the worst possible taste, and he went on to say, for about the third, and as it turned out, the last time, that he had definitely decided to sell the paper and cut all connection with it. I felt very indignant at this treatment, and the idea of losing the paper, of which I had then held the editorship for only about 8 or 9 months, was utter misery to me. It seemed to me a cruel thing, and yet entirely characteristic of the casual want of consideration of the very rich man in regards to the feelings and rights of the mere man of letters, who had happened to be his wife's cousin, and, according to her own oft-repeated account, one of the foremost poets of his age. At that time, Crossland had come on to the paper as my assistant editor, and he laughed at my fears of losing the paper. He put into my head an idea which would certainly never have occurred to me in my wildest dreams, the idea, namely, that I was not just the poor dependent on the half-contemptuous whim of the millionaire nouveau riche who paid my miserable little salary, but the editor of a powerful paper installed in a position from which, if I showed fight, it would be no easy job to oust me. Primed by Crossland, I took up the attitude, which I am bound to say I consider was entirely justified, that Eddie Tennant had no earthly right to make me editor of a paper on the tacit understanding of continuity, and then, just as I was beginning to get hold of my job and to understand what I could do, and just as I was involved in half a dozen controversies which covered matters of principle and the welfare of letters, as opposed to log-rolling and corrupt cliques, to whip round on me and tell me that he was going to sell the paper to my enemies and push me out into the cold. Even as a matter of bare legal right, I was, as an editor, entitled to 6 months' notice, but not a word about any such thing had been said, nor any suggestion that it was recognized that I had any rights at all in the matter. I do not suppose that Eddie Tennant had any idea that he was behaving in an arbitrary and ungenerous manner. He was, in matters of business, largely under the influence of his homme d'affaires, who had always greatly disapproved of the Academy, and the, to him, utterly unprofitable expense it involved. All he wanted was to get out as quickly as possible from a responsibility which he ought never to have assumed, and which he was constitutionally incapable of shouldering with any degree of credit and dignity. Crossland told me that if I attempted to conduct the negotiations, I wouldn't have a dog's chance with these people, and that the only thing for me to do was to give him authority to go to Tennant and make the best terms he could for me. I told Crossland to go ahead. Crossland's methods were never very pleasant or amiable. He adopted a bullying and aggressive tone, which, I believe, was quite unnecessary. I believe now that if I had seen Eddie myself, and told him exactly what my side of the case was, he would have seen it, and that he would have done what he actually did, without any necessity for all the rough stuff that Crossland imported into it. On the other hand, if it had not been for Crossland in the first crisis, I would have been simply squashed out of existence, and my paper taken away from me, for it would never have occurred to my simple mind that I had any possible chance of vindicating my helpless right against Tennant and his homme d'affaires. To cut a long story short, Eddie ended by handing over the paper, for which he had paid £2,000, to me, together with a sum of £500, for which I gave him a bill, which I am bound to say I never had the slightest intention of taking up. If he had done all this of his own accord it would have been generous, and an act of grace. As it was, he was more or less forced into it. The gift of the paper was not really so generous as it appears, for it was, at that time, running at a loss of at least £2,000 or £3,000 a year, and as a condition of keeping it going I had to find this money myself as soon as the £500, which lasted about 3 months, was exhausted. I feel pretty certain that Eddie himself and Mr. Asquith, who was in the offing, so to speak, did not give me 6 months of life for my paper. Eddie wanted a peerage, and, putting 2 and 2 together, it is not difficult to guess that Mr. Asquith was not going to give him one as long as he was supplying his wife's cousin with the money to run a paper which was a constant source of annoyance and a very real menace, as any well-written and sincere paper must be to those whom it opposes, to himself and all his most cherished schemes. As it happened, I ran the paper for more than 2 years after this date, and Eddie Tennant did not get his peerage till after I had sold it, through the intermediary of Pamela's brother, my cousin, George Wyndham, to Lord Fitzwilliam and Lord Howard de Walden. Altogether I edited the Academy for rather more than 3 years. In that time I doubled its price and more than trebled its circulation. At the end I sold it for £2,000. But I lost heavily over the whole transaction. To keep it going I raised money on a reversionary interest I had in my mother's property, and altogether, by the time I got rid of it, I was quite £2,000 out of pocket. It has always seemed to me a scandalous and a discreditable thing that there was not one solitary rich man in the country who would back me. If I had had anything like a decent backing, I would easily have turned the corner and made the paper pay a good profit. But, as things were, I kept it going only by great sacrifices and a succession of miracles. The only person who helped me was Lord Howard de Walden, who put up £2,000 in return for quite worthless debentures. When I sold the paper, he surrendered these debentures, as I did mine, representing the money I had sunk. But whereas what I lost represented nearly all that was left of my small fortune, I do not suppose that his loss of £2,000 worried Lord Howard de Walden. Had he continued me as editor when he and Lord Fitzwilliam bought the paper, I would, with the financial support which he then gave it, have easily made the paper into a paying proposition. It was already, when I had it, a powerful and influential paper and a great succès d'estime. But he handed the editorship to a Mr. Cowper, who was utterly without experience in journalism or letters. I believe he was by profession a land agent, and who killed the paper. The moment I left the editorship, the circulation dropped to about half the figure up to which I had gradually worked it, and in a few years it was so depreciated and discredited that it was offered to me by then proprietors for £25. I declined the offer, and it then expired, after an existence of nearly 50 years. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. I had met Crossland for the first time 2 or 3 years before, when he was introduced to me at a music hall one evening by Mr. Hannaford Bennett. Crossland told me on that occasion that he had been reader to Grant Richards when the question of publishing my volume of poetry, The City of the Soul, had come up in 1899. Crossland told me that it was he who induced Grant Richards to publish it, and that in his opinion it was far beyond any contemporary poetry. Whether or not this statement of his as to his share in bringing about the publication of my volume was accurate, I have no means of knowing. I think that, as a matter of fact, it was my cousin, Wilfred Blunt, who arranged with Mr. Grant Richards to publish my book, and I doubt if Crossland had anything to do with it, though I do not question for a moment that he read it in manuscript and greatly admired it. Some years later he begged me to allow him to write an introductory note to the edition of my sonnets which was published by the Academy Publishing Company while I was editing the paper. In that note he claimed that the best of my sonnets were equal to the best that had ever been written, and that several of them will endure as long as poetry is read and as long as the English language is understood. It was natural that I should be pleased to meet a man who had such a high opinion of my work, and from that day I saw a lot of Crossland, and later I was for several years on terms of the greatest friendship with him. He was a most extraordinary man. Someone once wittily described his appearance by saying that he looked like an inspired bus conductor. Undoubtedly he had genius. He has written some very fine poetry. Some of the best of it appeared in the Academy under my editorship, and also a good deal that is nothing like so fine, and occasionally gets perilously near to doggerel, especially in the poems he churned out week by week during the war. But all poets must be judged by their best work, and at his best, Crossland was superb. All his best sonnets were written when he was with me on the Academy. He had what I can only describe as a slightly defective ear for rhythm, as far as his own work was concerned. It appeared to be impossible for him to produce a sonnet which did not contain at least one line with too many feet in it. As long as he was with me, I used to employ every art I possessed in the way of tact and cajolery and argument to make him correct these blemishes. He He would argue fiercely that they were not blemishes, and that he wrote the lines in question in that way on purpose to produce a rugged effect. If everything else failed, I used to adopt an air of aggrieved resignation. Crossland called it sulking. In the end, I invariably got my way, and he would change the sonnet according to my wishes. The result is that all the sonnets he wrote for the Academy are correct in form, and every single one he wrote for other papers is incorrect in form. Up till the time when I met Crossland, I knew of him only as the author of The Unspeakable Scot, a book I have never read to this day. I asked Crossland about it, and wanted him to lend me a copy to read, but he declared that he did not possess a copy, and that if he had possessed one, he would not lend it to me. He begged me not to read it, and I promised I would not do so, and I have kept my promise. He told me it was mostly rubbish, and that he wrote it partly as a potboiler to get money, and partly to get even with 2 or 3 Scottish journalists in Fleet Street whom he particularly disliked. As a matter of fact, he said, nearly all the few people who have been decent to me have been Scotsmen, to say nothing about you, the best and dearest friend I've ever had. After he quarrelled with me, Crossland returned to his foolish, pointless, and half-witted abuse of Scotland and Scotsmen, but as long as he was associated with me, on and off for 7 or 8 years, he carefully avoided anything of the kind. Crossland was a delightful companion when he was in good form, which in those days was pretty nearly always the case. He was, I think, at that time really fond of me, at least I try to think so, though when he could get no more money from me, he basely deserted me. He was a perfect cormorant for money. His salary on the Academy was supposed to be £7 a week. It must be remembered that £7 before the war was worth nearly twice what it is now. It was, of course, grossly inadequate for what he was, the only journalist in London who was also a genius and a fine poet, but it was more than he had ever got before. In any case, as I invariably gave him at least £10 a week, often much more, besides having him to lunch with me every day as a matter of course, and frequently to dinner as well, during the whole time he was my assistant editor, he certainly had nothing to complain of. I do not wish to emulate Wilde's laments in De Profundis over the money he alleges he spent on entertaining me to dinner and lunch, and I do not grudge Crossland a penny of what I paid and gave and spent on him. E.g., I gave him £250 as a free gift when I sold the Academy. But I do feel his subsequent ingratitude very much. However, this is a matter on which I do not wish to enlarge. I prefer to remember that Crossland taught me all I know about journalism and editing a paper, and that in the long run he was nearly always right in his views about people and things. He did a lot for the Academy in one way, and he lifted me clean out of cheap cynicism, log-rolling, and determination to be smart, which are the bane of budding literary amateurs. I was an amateur in those days, except, of course, as regards poetry. His own articles in the Academy, as later in plain English, were models of the literary journalist's art. As a writer of articles, there has never been anyone to touch Crossland in my lifetime. He had a fine style, which was based on a most intimate knowledge of Shakespeare and all the best poets. He had infinite wit and a really Shakespearean sense of humour. Merely as a contributor, he would have made the fortune of any paper in the long run, as certain wooden-headed newspaper proprietors at last began to find out, just when his best period was nearly over. But as a manager or financial advisor on a paper, he was positively fatal. His views on finance may be best exemplified by an actual instance. About 2 or 3 years before I had the Academy, Crossland brought out a paper called the English Review, no connection with the present journal of that name, for which I wrote a series of light or nonsense verses. He was associated in this venture with the late Julius Beerbohm. On one occasion I was sitting in the office of the paper, it was one small room in a street in Soho, with Crossland and Beerbohm, when another member of the staff suddenly entered the room with a pale face and tragic mien, uttering the words, Look here, do you know what has happened? The damned bank has honoured that cheque for £50. Good God, the dirty dogs! Ejaculated Crossland, rising from his seat. Well, that just about finishes us. He and Beerbohm then hastily left the room after excusing themselves to me. They had asked me to lunch. After they had gone, I extracted from the member of the staff who had brought the sad tidings the explanation of this curious scene. The balance at the bank was, it appears, something like £17 10 just enough to pay for lunch the next day or two for Crossland, Beerbohm and myself, and anyone else connected with the paper who cared to turn up, for they kept open house, although, as I subsequently discovered, they never paid their contributors. Meanwhile, they owed £50 to someone and were being pressed. Crossland's solution was simplicity itself. We will give him a crossed cheque for the money. He will pay it into his account, which will keep him quiet for 2 or 3 days. Our bank will of course dishonour the cheque, and meanwhile we must see what turns up, and we shall still have £17 10 to go on with. The horror and indignation of Crossland on discovering that the bank had paid the cheque, which had been specially cleared, and that instead of having £17 10 to their credit, he and Beerbohm were owing the bank about £32, was one of the funniest things I've ever witnessed. Crossland's ideas of finance during the 2 years when we were associated on the Academy were based on his assumption that as a lord and related to a large number of rich and powerful families, it was obvious that I was entitled to, and would ultimately and inevitably get, stacks of boodle, as he expressed it. His visions of the future prospects of the Academy were golden and rosy. He said to me once when I was depressed, "In about another couple of years this paper will be making at least £10,000 a year. You will hear people in the streets whispering, 'Who is that fair youth?' And the reply will be, 'That is the wealthy Lord Alfred Douglas, who owns the Academy.' Then they will ask, 'And who is that dazzling object by his side?' 'That's Crossland,' will be the reply." The essence of humour is, I believe, incongruous contrast. The idea of Crossland as a dazzling object was irresistibly funny, for he was the most strange and uncouth-looking person I've ever seen. He was always untidy, and somehow conveying the impression that he had been to bed in his clothes. His hair hung dankly over his forehead, and when annoyed he had a positively ferocious aspect. On the other hand, he was sometimes unexpectedly soft-hearted, and had many generous impulses and feelings. His appearance when he was smartened up and forced into evening dress, I myself having tied his tie and brushed his hair, a process which occasionally took place with many groans and protestations on his part when I was going to drag him out to dinner to meet respectable people or to go to the theatre, was really not bad at all, and he had fine eyes. Those who want to find out what was in his soul at his best, and beneath all the outward stains of financial unscrupulousness and what almost amounted to savagery, will find it by reading his best poetry, for example, the beautiful Swan Song, his best sonnets, and a glorious poem called The Finer Spirit, which is full of magical lines. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Although Crossland did a lot for the Academy, and although its undoubted success at this time was due really more, I believe, to him than to me, he let me and the paper in for all sorts of trouble which would never have come our way but for him. He involved me personally, as well as the paper, in all sorts of rows and feuds, which really were his own and not mine at all. He was not over-scrupulous about using the paper to fight some of his private battles under the guise of attending to the public interest, and I, as editor, got all the credit for what he did and wrote. The articles were nearly always unsigned, and, of course, I willingly accepted responsibility for everything that appeared in the paper. The result was that I drew upon myself a pretty large volume of anger and hatred. Some of the people who were angry and hated me were persons for whose goodwill and countenance I had no hankering at all, and I regarded their attitude towards me as a compliment and an asset. On the other hand, it is idle to deny that the Academy made me a great many unnecessary enemies. Some of the people we went for were those whom I would go for again tomorrow every time, if I had a paper, but others were comparatively harmless people who might well have been left alone. Almost the worst turn that Crossland did me, and one which let me in for an enormous amount of unpleasantness, grief, and regret, was that he forced me into a terrible fight with poor Freddie Manners Sutton, the Honourable H.F.W. Manners Sutton, afterwards Viscount Canterbury, which ended at the Old Bailey in a triumph for Crossland and myself, which was, all the same, too dearly bought at the price of the sacrifice of my friendship with Freddie, who had been a great friend of my wife's before I married her, and who had, by the time I had got the Academy, become one of my own greatest friends. Poor Freddie is now dead, and I rejoice to say that, after an estrangement which lasted about 7 years, we made friends again. I was with him, staying in his London house as his guest, only about a week before he died, and we had then been reconciled and on terms of the greatest friendship for at least 2 years. Our reconciliation was brought about by my wife, who never ceased to regret the quarrel into which I was reluctantly forced. In justice to myself, I must put it on record that before Freddie Canterbury and I were actually reconciled, and while the negotiations towards reconciliation were in progress, I wrote to him and told him frankly that as a preliminary to such reconciliation, which I greatly desired, it was absolutely necessary that he should recognize and admit that the responsibility for what had happened was not mine, and that by obstinately persisting in his attempt to get Crossland, who was then not only my friend but my paid employee, locked up for criminal libel, he had put me into a position from which it was impossible for me to retreat without loss of honour. Crossland, in a fit of rage and temper, brought on by Freddie's feline sarcasms and banter, which always maddened him — he was also very jealous of him with me — wrote him a violently offensive letter, containing all sorts of abuse and accusations. Freddie was then ill-advised enough to go to a magistrate with his solicitor and apply for a summons against Crossland for libel. Crossland was served with the summons in the office of the Academy in my presence. He was prosecuted at Bow Street and committed for trial at the Old Bailey, where he pleaded justification, and was acquitted after I had, on his behalf, successfully, and indeed devastatingly, repelled a violent attack made on me in cross-examination by Mr., afterwards Sir Edward, Marshall Hall, who had the bad taste, which probably lost him and his client the action, to bring up the Oscar Wilde matter in an attempt to discredit my evidence. This was the first of the long series of actions and trials in which I became involved, and it was the first time I had ever been in the witness box. I had been warned that Marshall Hall was going to attack me on the Oscar Wilde matter, and that he had publicly boasted that he was going to smash me, although the Oscar Wilde matter had nothing whatever to do with the present action, and its introduction by Marshall Hall was merely an attempt to revive old-fashioned methods of bullying and brutality which are now properly, but quite erroneously, supposed to be foreign to the best traditions of the bar. I should be the last person to complain of what he did, for his doing so enabled me to win the enthusiastic sympathy of the jury, and to make the useful discovery that I was an exceptionally good witness. F.C. Phillips, the well-known writer of the novel As in a Looking-Glass, with whom I had some acquaintance, and who was a great friend of my friend, the late Roland Strong, formerly Paris correspondent of the Morning Post, was a barrister, and he was among the tightly packed group of members of the bar who assembled to see me smashed up by the great Mr. Marshall Hall. F.C. Phillips's account of my cross-examination, which lasted only about 40 minutes, as retailed to me afterwards by Strong, was, "My dear boy, Douglas simply ate him. He ate him. There's no other word for it. I never saw anything like it in a law court before." The case was tried by the Common Sergeant, Sir John Bosanquet, known in the Temple, by a coincidence, as Old Bosey, and half-way through my cross-examination Marshal Hall was appealing to him for protection against me, for I was not content with answering his questions. I carried the war into his camp, and made speeches to the jury, as he bitterly complained. Marshal Hall, like all the other deadly cross-examiners and irresistible advocates that I have ever crossed swords with the solitary exception of Carson, had really very little in him. The moment I tackled him, he collapsed like a pricked balloon. My brain was twice as quick as his, and I simply played with him. He never had the slightest chance with me, and he appeared to have shrunk to half his imposing height when he'd finished. He got no help at all from the common sergeant, who, rigidly fair, declined to interfere with me. If only all the judges were like that. I think it is almost certain that if he had not attacked me in the unfair way he did, and roused all my latent powers of defence and personality, Marshal Hall would have won the case. For Crossland's plea of justification was very thin, and even the great skill of our counsel, Mr. Valletta, one of the most brilliant men at the bar, and worth 2 of Marshal Hall any day, would have hardly pulled him through but for the chance which I got, and took so successfully. As it was, the jury was so indignant at the way I'd been treated, and so pleased with the first fine careless rapture of my maiden appearance in the witness box, which, honestly, unlike Browning's thrush, I never have been quite able to recapture, that they gave Crossland a verdict after a very short retirement. Crossland himself was very good in the witness box, and if I outshone him on that occasion, it was simply because I had the better chance. In short, if I myself had put up, or squared, counsel on the other side to play into my hands, he could not have done it more completely and effectually than Marshal Hall did. Whether he afterwards became a really great advocate or not, I cannot say. I doubt it very much. The fact that he was so proclaimed ad nauseam by the press every time he defended a murderer, and whether he got him off or not, does not prove anything one way or another. The press invariably singles out the worst and most incompetent judges for the most constant and fulsome praise, and never mentions the few really fine ones. Its praise of Sir Edward Marshal Hall as a great advocate, as a consequence, rather inclines me to doubt that he was ever anything out of the ordinary run of nature's sail work. I strongly suspect that the persons whom he successfully defended on charges of murder were acquitted simply and solely because they were innocent. About those that were hanged, we may give him the benefit of the doubt. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. As soon as I had sold the Academy, which I did, with George Wyndham's assistance, only when I had got into the position of being utterly unable to find any more money to go on with it, I became, although I did not then know it, a mark, and ultimately an easy prey for my enemies. George Wyndham not only sold the paper for me, but while the negotiations for the sale were going on, he gave me £200 to carry on with. The negotiations, however, took several weeks, and if I had not had the luck to go to Ascot and back 11 winners in the 4 days' meeting, one of them being Winky Pop at 14-1, I could not have held out. As it was, when I collected the £2,000 for the sale of the paper, there was an overdraft at Cox's Bank, Guard's office, my bankers and the Academy's, separate accounts, though I controlled both, of £800. By the time I had given Crossland £250, and paid up the printers and all other outstanding creditors, there was not much left of the £2,000. As long as I had my paper, my enemies gave me a wide berth, especially after we had won the Manners Sutton case at the Old Bailey. During the whole time I had the Academy, more than 3 years, I never had an action for libel brought against me. The reason for this was that, although we continually criticised and attacked with the utmost frankness and outspokenness, and always made a point of going for big people and disregarding the small fry, we were always sure of our ground. Instead of bringing actions for libel against us, the persons attacked frequently salved their wounded feelings by libelling me. The libels always took the same form: insinuations or insults on the subject of Oscar Wilde. When this happened, I issued writs at once, and in every case the libellers climbed down, apologized abjectly, and paid up. The sums I got for compensation from persons who libelled me, and squealed for mercy when I writted them, were for a long time, in a small way, quite a source of income to me. Among the sums paid as compensation, and in consideration of the discontinuance of legal proceedings, were 50 guineas from the Isis, the Oxford undergraduate magazine, and 50 guineas from the Cambridge magazine, paid by the dons who ran the paper. In both cases, the undergraduate editors were dismissed, and their dismissal was taken into consideration in mitigation of damages. I could, of course, have extracted much larger sums than those I actually accepted, but my idea was to be generously contemptuous of this sort of petty spitefulness. I took 50 guineas, and the dismissal of the editors, just to teach them a gentle lesson. I have been trying to add up all the actions for libel which I have had to take in my life, and really I find that I have lost count. On the spur of the moment I can think of at least 8. I lost only one of them, my action against Ransom, already referred to. By far the greater number of them were settled out of court by payments and apologies to me. As I write now, I have a crop of actions, or at any rate, so far, threatened actions, in respect of booksellers who will persist in selling in a hole-and-corner way Harris's book, The Life and Confessions of Oscar Wilde, knowing full well that it contains gross libels on me. Footnote. Since this was written, I have obtained damages in respect of 3 libel actions, only one of which got into court. In each case the defendants were booksellers who sold copies of Harris's book. End footnote. It is exactly what one would expect, and quite characteristic of the sort of way history is written, or gets accepted, that I am regarded and described by many people as a man who is always libelling people. I have been twice convicted for libel at the Old Bailey, once for libelling my father-in-law, Colonel Custance, by accusing him of defrauding his daughter, and once for libelling Winston Churchill, by accusing him of writing a deliberately false account of the Battle of Jutland with the object of enabling a group of Jews to make a financial coup on the American stock markets. With regard to the first libel, I will only say that I subsequently repeated it quite as strongly and at much greater length, and supported it by chapter and verse in a 20-page postscript attached to a poem called Eve and the Serpent, of which I printed and circulated about 1,000 copies. The poem without the postscript appears in my Collected Satires, published by the Fortune Press. No proceedings were taken against me, though my late father-in-law consulted the late Sir George Lewis about the advisability of such proceedings. Sir George Lewis advised him that he had better not take any proceedings against me, and this advice was certainly not given out of any consideration for me, for Sir George and Colonel Custance were both, up to the day of their deaths, my most implacable enemies. I will further point out that when I won my action for libel and was awarded £1,000 damages against the Evening News for stating that I was violently eccentric and had shown marked signs of degeneracy, the solicitors for the Evening News were once more Lewis and Lewis, who had all the documents and all the information about my libel on Colonel Custance in their possession. My attack on Colonel Custance was brought up by them as part, indeed the principal part, of the Evening News's justification for their libel on me. The whole thing was thrashed out exhaustively in court. I was cross-examined on it for at least 2 out of the 6 hours during which I remained in the witness box, my cross-examiner being the, of course, deadly Sir Douglas Hogg, the Attorney General, now Lord Hailsham. The result was that I certainly convinced the judge, Mr. Justice Horridge, and the jury that I was entirely justified in what I had done in the case of Colonel Custance. The judge in his summing up, of which I have shorthand notes, even directed the jury very strongly on the point. He said, "You have heard the plaintiff's account of the whole matter. If what he says is true, and no attempt has been made by the defendants to dispute it, you are certainly not likely to come to the conclusion that he was violently eccentric because of the attitude he took up about the way he was treated in regard to his son and his wife. It is, in short, perfectly obvious that if I had not been entirely justified in my attack on Colonel Custance, even admitting, as I do, that the form my attack took was unfortunate and injudicious, and made things very awkward for my wife by putting her into the dilemma of having to choose between supporting her husband or her father, I would in the first place have been prosecuted by Colonel Custance a second time when I repeated the libel in much greater detail, and certainly sent to prison. On the first occasion I was merely bound over. And in the second place I would have had no earthly chance of winning my action against the Evening News. That I lost the case when Custance prosecuted me at the Old Bailey in 1913 is solely due to the fact that, distressed and disheartened as I was by the defection of my wife and the loss of the ransom action a few days before, I threw up the sponge, did not put in a plea of justification or go into the witness box, and thus practically allowed the case to go against me by default. With regard to the occasion in 1923, when I was convicted and sentenced to 6 months' imprisonment for libelling Mr. Winston Churchill, I have not the slightest intention of saying anything which might be regarded as a repetition of the libel. But what I can and will say is, and I will make Mr. Justice Avery and all others concerned a present of the usual retort which is always employed on such occasions, I mean the retort about disappointed litigants, that my trial was a farce. I do not for a moment say that if my trial had been differently conducted I would have established the truth of my libel, but I do say that if I had been allowed to explain to the jury how I came to print it, 3 years before my trial, in my paper Plain English, I would have convinced them, and any reasonable being, that I acted in perfect good faith, without the slightest malice, and in what I considered to be the public interest. As I had pleaded justification, that would not have won me the case, but it would at least have made it practically impossible for the judge to send me to prison. The vindication of Mr. Churchill from the charges I had brought against him would have been at least as complete if nearly all my counsel's questions to me had not been overruled by the judge, or again if Sir Douglas Hogg had given me a chance to explain myself in cross-examination. As it was, Sir Douglas Hogg asked me 2 questions and then sat down. This was very smart of him, and it was also the greatest compliment to my powers as a witness that has ever been paid to me. It was an admission that he did not care to give me the chance of giving the jury my version of the facts. It was very unfortunate for me that Sir Douglas Hogg, the Attorney General, happened to be the very counsel who had cross-examined me 2 years before for 6 hours on behalf of the Evening News, when I won my action against that journal. Sir Douglas knew what a formidable witness I was. He had seen me win a case for myself out of the witness box against tremendous odds, and he had seen that I had done it simply by getting the jury, as I always have done when I have had fair play in a court of law. Consequently, the next time he was opposed to me, he took the very unusual course of not cross-examining me. It was a great moral triumph for me, especially as my counsel, Mr. Cecil Hayes, with my consent, went out of his way to put in my character. This was a direct challenge to Hogg to say a word, if he dared, against my character, moral or otherwise. It was so pointed that the judge, Mr. Justice Avery, with an appearance of fairness to me which did not, I must say, impress me very much, interrupted Mr. Hayes and said meaningly, "Are you putting in the defendant's character, Mr. Hayes?" Mr. Hayes replied without hesitation, "Certainly I am, my lord. Let my learned friend ask him any questions he likes relating to his moral character." In face of that, Sir Douglas Hogg's failure to cross-examine me was, as I say, a great moral triumph for me, but unfortunately, like most moral triumphs, it was in the nature of a Pyrrhic victory. for the result was that I got no chance at all of using my brains and my gifts of speech and personality in my own defence. It really does not matter a pin now. My imprisonment nearly killed me, as I shall explain later on in this book, but from a social point of view it has proved to be the turning point of my life. I have made more friends and converted more enemies by going to prison as I did, and in the cause which I represented, the cause of fearless criticism of public men, however powerful, than I had ever hoped to make again in this world. From that point of view, Mr. Churchill, who doubtless goes in for being a magnanimous man when he is not actually engaged in getting his critics sent to jail, will be pleased to hear that indirectly he has done me one of the best turns that it will be possible for one man to do for another. While I am about it, I think I ought to put it on record that Sir Douglas Hogg's cross-examination of me in the evening news case, when I won, was conducted with the utmost politeness and good breeding, although, acting on the instructions contained in the brief prepared for him by Lewis and Lewis, he put all my stolen letters to Wilde to me, and dragged up again the whole question of my relations with Wilde, and my quarrel with my father. I can thus say that both methods, the brutal and the suave, were employed against me, the first by, among others, the then Mr. Marshall Hall, and the second by Sir Douglas Hogg, and that both equally failed. I think perhaps, all the same, that it is fairer to say that the failure in Sir Douglas Hogg's case was certainly less conspicuous than in the case of Marshall Hall, because I really knocked out Marshall Hall in about 40 minutes, while Sir Douglas Hogg lasted a full number of rounds, through a whole day and a half. There was no knockout, I won on points. With regard to the ransom case, which I lost, I have of course to admit that to the extent Sir James Campbell, who cross-examined me, got the better of me, but I do not consider that his victory was due to any deadliness on his part. He had overwhelming ammunition in the shape of my stolen letters, sprung on me for the first time, and I, for reasons which I have already suggested, and which I would like to amplify, but cannot without making serious allegations against someone else, was fighting with one hand, metaphorically speaking, tied behind my back. Just as I ultimately completely turned the tables on Colonel Custance by my publication of my postscript to Eve and the Serpent, and also by my answers in cross-examination and victory in the evening news case, so I completely turned the tables, I will not say on Mr. Ransom, because I have already explained that I do not regard him as more than a figurehead or stalking horse for Ross in the action which he defended against me, but on Robert Ross, when I justified all my terrible charges against him at the Old Bailey in 1914. To sum it all up, and to get back to what I was saying, before I got off into details of my various cases, it is not true that I am a man who is always libelling people. What is true is that I am a man who is always being libelled. I have dealt with the only two cases in which I was accused of libelling a man, that of Colonel Custance and that of Mr. Winston Churchill, and I have shown that one of those cases must go by the board considered as anything against me in that respect. That leaves one case in which I have been proved legally to have libelled a man, and that one case certainly does not give anyone the right to say that I am a confirmed libeller, or that I delight in libel for libel's sake. Even my worst enemy must admit that I had nothing to gain by libelling Winston Churchill. It has never been suggested that I had the slightest ill feeling against him, nor, as a matter of fact, did I ever have any such feeling against him, nor have I any such feeling even now. All I did was to write about him what I believed to be true, at great risk to myself, because I thought it was my duty to my country to do so. For doing that I was sent to prison, where I was nearly starved to death, and from which I emerged broken in health. It has taken me 3 years to get over the effects of my imprisonment, and even so I can say that I have never been, and am very unlikely ever again to be, as well and strong as I was before it took place. On the other hand, and to the credit side of the account, it is to be remembered that I wrote what I consider to be my finest poem, In Excelsis, in the prison hospital. So find we profit by losing of our prayers, and also by losing of our lawsuits. Sometimes. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. A year after I sold the Academy, I became a Catholic. During the time I was editing the Academy, I was a High Church Anglican, and I ran the paper from that point of view, as far as religion was concerned. From the time I went up to Oxford right up to the time when I became editor of the Academy, a period of about 17 to 18 years, I had really no religion. I was what most Englishmen actually are, whether they admit it or not, a pagan. I am not exaggerating. I saw the other day a table of statistics which gave the number of people in England outside the Church of Rome who went to church on Easter Sunday last year as 7% of the whole population. Soon after I started editing the Academy, I began to get contributions from Mr. Arthur Machen. It was these contributions of his which first sent me back to Christianity. I gave Mr. Machen a perfectly wonderful show in the Academy. I printed columns from him week after week. I even reproduced in the paper, in weekly instalments, a whole book of his, called The Views and Opinions of the Reverend Dr. Stiggins, a fiercely ironical attack on Protestantism, and paid him for it, or rather Sir Edward Tennant paid him, at the full rates on the highest scale for contributors. Mr. Arthur Machen's way of showing his gratitude for what I did so successfully to bring his name before the public was to write the obituary notice of me in the Evening News when that journal published a false report of my death in 1921. What changed me from high Anglicanism to Catholicism was simply that reading history, and finding out all the lies that had been taught to me as truth at school and at Oxford, convinced me that the high Anglican position, however attractive it may be, does not hold water. The theory that the Church of England is a branch of the Catholic Church, and that the continuity was never broken at the Reformation, seems to me to be demonstrably false. I held it for a long time, and abandoned it, reluctantly, only because the evidence was too strong for me. What finally converted me to Catholicism, though I did not actually become a Catholic till more than a year after I read it, was Pope Pius X's encyclical against modernism. This stately and magnificent piece of argument was, I suppose, sent round to the papers for notice. At any rate, a copy of it was sent to the Academy. The original is, of course, written in Latin, but the copy I got was an English translation. I thought of sending it out for review, but picking it up and reading a few lines, I became interested, and took it home to read myself. It had the effect of convincing me that the Catholic Church, in communion with the See of Peter in Rome, is the only true church. I definitely made up my mind to become a Catholic, but I put it off chiefly because, as appears from what I have just written, my conversion had come entirely through the intellect. I felt no emotion about it. On the contrary, I felt in some ways that to become a Catholic would be a tiresome necessity. I would have avoided it if I could. At any rate, I thought, there is no particular hurry. The emotional side of Catholicism did not reach me till some time after I had been in the church. When I first joined it, I was cold about it. The ritual, although I always liked it and thought it beautiful, did not influence me in the very slightest degree, nor has it ever done so to this day. When I had been a Catholic for about 18 months, I underwent the most violent persecution, which lasted, on and off, for at least 10 years. The result of this persecution was to force me deeper and deeper into my religion. For years it was my only support and consolation in a succession of almost unbearable miseries. Instead of being cold, I became very devout and mystical. I lived on reading the lives of the saints, and such mystics as Saint Teresa and Saint John of the Cross. I got to the stage of glorying in the persecution I was undergoing, and regarding it as a special sign of grace, which, of course, it undoubtedly was. I even had supernatural experiences, but I cannot speak of them in this book, except in one instance which I'll refer to later on, though I am not definitely sure that it was really supernatural. It is with deep regret that I say that I am now less devoutly religious than I was during those years. I have never, as far as I know, fallen out of a state of grace, and I am just as determined to live and die a Catholic as I ever was. But the wonderful feelings I used to have gone. So have the supernatural experiences, and though a priest in confession told me that this was simply because I no longer needed them, and that it was greater merit for me to go on simply being a good Catholic without them, I believe in my heart that this is not really what has happened. The fact is that, at the time I am speaking of, I intended to become a saint, which was a perfectly laudable ambition at any rate, however hopeless it may have been. Now I do not want to be a saint, I am afraid. When one considers this, it is enough to make one shed tears of blood, but that is the plain truth. Perhaps I shall change again. Meanwhile I have become, I fear, much more worldly than I was during those terrible years when I was, apparently, hated of all men, and persecuted and even cast into prison more than once. The persecution began with the attack on me in Ransom's book, inspired by Robert Ross. I have already dealt with this case, and I do not want to become tedious to my readers by going into details of all my various actions at law. My quarrel with Ross began about 2 years before Mr. Ransom's book, Oscar Wilde, A Critical Study, appeared. All that happened was that I made up my mind, after various incidents and in view of information I had, that I did not want to go on knowing Ross, and that I did not choose that he should come to my house and associate with my wife. My reasons for this were that I had grown far less tolerant than I had been before my marriage, and even for some years later, of the sort of things which Ross boasted publicly of doing. I did not want to have any open quarrel with Ross, but I wanted to drop him. However, he refused to accept this. I had given orders to my servants at my house, 26 Church Row, Hampstead, a beautiful Queen Anne house which belonged to Eton, my landlords being the Provost and Fellows, that if Ross called, we were always to be not at home. Ross came once or twice, and was not received. He thereupon wrote to my wife and demanded the reason why he was refused access to our house. My wife gave me his letter, in which I detected an undercurrent of insolence and menace. I was very angry that he had written to her. If he wanted to write at all, I thought he should have written to me. I wrote back and told him, in a letter which I have no doubt is still preserved, or was at any rate, as long as he was alive, that as he insisted upon forcing me to tell him why I did not wish to keep up my acquaintance with him, I would tell him that it was because I no longer care to associate with persons like yourself who are engaged in the active performance and propaganda of every kind of wickedness, from socialism to sodomy. Ross made no reply, but I heard from various sources that his rage was extreme, and that he stated openly that he was going to get even with me. I treated these threats with utter contempt, rashly as it appears, for it is always a mistake to undervalue one's enemy, as Ross himself was to find out before the end came. I had not the slightest idea that Ross had a quantity of my old letters to Oscar Wilde, nor, if I had known it, would it have made the slightest difference in my conduct, and, badly as I thought of Ross, it never occurred to me for a moment at that time that he was capable of such villainy as he actually put into practice. I also, obviously, knew nothing whatever about the unpublished part of De Profundis. When I read Ransom's book, I immediately determined to take proceedings. My wife, as she reminded me only a short time ago, was strongly against my taking proceedings. She and I will never agree about what happened, and the attitude she took then, or when she left me. Not on account of anything connected with Ross or Oscar Wilde, but as the result of my attack on her father, which, yet, I must say, was made at least as much on her account as on my own. All I wish to say here is that although her leaving me just before the ransom action was a frightful blow to me, and really took all the heart out of me, and caused me to throw up the sponge when her father prosecuted me for libel at the Old Bailey, I entirely exonerate her and acquit her of any intention or desire other than to do what she thought was right in a very difficult situation. Although at the time I felt exceedingly bitter about it, what has happened since has proved that she never really turned against me in her heart. Those who still think that I made a mistake in taking proceedings against Mr. Ransom, and that all would have been well if I had simply ignored the libel in his book, which most people would not have noticed as it did not mention me by name, ignore the whole nature of the attack on me and what was behind it. If I had ignored the libel, it would simply have been repeated more boldly and more openly as time went on. Everything that happened in my life after the Ransom case followed logically and inevitably from that case, including the ultimate smash-up of Ross. The Ransom case, though of course I did not know it at the time, was simply the first battle in a campaign in which, in the long run, I ended by driving all my enemies out of the field. It was losing the Ransom case that made me take the fearful risk of publicly and persistently libelling Ross till I forced him into the open to prosecute me. Looked at in the proper light, the ultimate result of the Ransom case, with all its apparently deadly knockout blow to me, was that I afterwards smashed Ross, defeated the Evening News, and put Colonel Custance and Sir George Lewis out of action. Sir George Lewis's firm, Lewis and Lewis, were the solicitors against me in all 4 cases mentioned. Omelettes cannot be made without breaking eggs. I had to go through the humiliation and the chastening and hardening effect of losing the Ransom case before I was turned into the tempered steel which was more than a match for all this formidable group of enemies, even hampered as I was by extreme poverty in a fight against unlimited money. In short, if I had not sued Ransom for libel, I might as well have committed suicide, as far as any prospects in this world are concerned. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Just before the Ransom case came on, the feud between my father-in-law, Colonel Custance, and myself came to a head. After my marriage I became quite friendly with him for a time. I used to go down and stay with him, generally accompanied by my wife, but on at least 2 occasions I stayed with him for 10 days when he was alone in the house, after the death of Mrs. Custance, with whom I was, on the whole, on quite good terms. On the occasions when I stayed alone with Colonel Custance, we got on exceedingly well. It is pleasant to recall that at that time he was exceedingly kind to me. We shot and fished together, and our relations were almost affectionate. The chief trouble between us arose because he would insist on trying to take my son away from me. He offered to pay for the boy's schooling, and of course I was only too glad to accept. In return I was pleased that the boy should go to his grandfather very frequently, and for long periods at a time. But Custance was not content with this. What he wanted to do was to get the boy altogether, and to induce me and his mother to relinquish our parental claims and rights. This I always declined to do. I was also very indignant with him because of what I considered to be his very odious treatment of and attitude towards his daughter. He was always what can only be described as bullying her, and she used to complain bitterly to me about him. This incensed me against him very much. When I became a Catholic and made my son one, the situation immediately became worse. Colonel Custance was very anti-Catholic, although, or perhaps more correctly just because, his only sister, Mrs. Garnet, had married a Catholic and become one herself. Although he made a virtue of necessity and declared that he had no intention of interfering with my son's religion, he was not perfectly honest about it. He even threatened to leave money to my son on condition that he renounced Catholicism. This threat he never carried out, but he made it, and the letter of remonstrance I wrote to him on the subject is still in the hands of his solicitors, Lewis and Lewis. Lewis and Lewis were never his solicitors until he started his libel suit against me. The fact that he chose these solicitors, of all others, who were Ross's solicitors, and acting for ransom, added greatly to my feeling against him, for I felt that he was making common cause with my enemies, even though he declared that his choice of solicitors was quite uninfluenced by their connection with Ross and ransom, and was simply a coincidence. It may have been a coincidence, but if so, it was a very unfortunate one. To cut a long story short, after innumerable disputes about the boy, and after innumerable rows between us, caused by his behaviour to my wife, the climax was reached when a resettlement of his property was made on my son. Olive was his heir. The property was tied up on her by her grandfather, Sir Hambledon Custance. Colonel Custance had no power to dispossess her. But she voluntarily surrendered her rights, and allowed the entail to be cut in consideration of his undertaking to give her the very modest income of £600 a year during his lifetime, and a life interest of the whole property at his death, with remainder to her son. The settlement was made and signed by my wife, but Colonel Custance refused to sign any legal undertaking about the £600 a year, saying that his word was good enough. I strongly urged my wife not to sign the settlement without obtaining his signature to the undertaking to provide her with £600 a year. However, she signed, being, as I consider, very badly advised and served by the solicitors who drew up the settlement, and who ought never to have allowed her to sign without obtaining Colonel Custance's adherence to a binding legal agreement about the £600 a year. No sooner was the settlement signed than Colonel Custance did exactly what I had warned my wife's solicitors that he would do. He wrote to my wife and said that unless the boy was handed over to him, he would not pay her allowance. My reply to this was immediately to remove the boy from the school where Custance had placed him, and to take him to my mother's house. There can be no question about what Colonel Custance did. I have in my possession the letter he wrote to my wife, saying, "The moment he takes the boy away, all payments to you will cease." I wrote to him, pointing out that to stop payment of the income, which was the consideration which had induced my wife to abandon her rights as heir entail of the property, was neither more nor less than fraudulent, and that if he carried out his threat, he would in fact be committing a fraudulent, as well as a disgraceful and dishonourable action. Some time before this he had informed me that any letter I wrote to him would be thrown unopened into the back of the fire. So, as I was now determined to force the issue, if necessary, into the courts, I wrote to him on a postcard, on which I said, "As you refuse to read my letters, I am obliged to write to you on a postcard." I then went on as quoted above. People who profess to be horrified and scandalized at the ungentlemanly device of sending postcards containing private or controversial matter ignore the fact that if a man will not read your sealed letters, the only possible way you can force him to read what you are determined that he should read is by sending him a postcard or a telegram. I did both. He thereupon went to Sir George Lewis, who was not only Ross's solicitor, but one of his most intimate friends. Lewis advised him to take criminal proceedings against me, and a summons was issued. I thus had the two cases on at the same time, and my mind was much distracted between them. While the proceedings were pending, Custance and Lewis started other proceedings against me in the Chancery Court, with a view to getting my son away from me. In the middle of all this, my wife left my house and went to her father while I was away with my son in the country, staying at a house called Hinton St. Mary, with my mother and sister. When I got back to London, she had gone. I have already explained what happened, and how I allowed the Custance case to go against me practically by default, for I might as well have pleaded guilty once I was persuaded to refrain from putting in a plea of justification. Mr. Comyns Carr, K.C., who was my counsel in the cases when I beat Ross in the Evening News, as well as in several other cases where I was successful, told me years later that I had an overwhelming justification for my libel on Custance, and that if I had pleaded justification, I could not have failed to get a verdict. The production of Colonel Custance's letter, which I have quoted above, would have been alone sufficient to settle the case in my favour. The fact of the matter is, and there is nothing to be gained by denying it, that I was knocked out by the loss of the ransom case, the chancery proceedings, and the defection of my wife. If I had been myself, I would never have climbed down as I did, even though my then solicitor, whose name I will not mention, for he was a most charming man and was perfectly loyal to me, as well as being most kind and considerate, wrongly advised me not to plead justification. That is, however, no excuse for me, but I have always made a habit in all my law cases of absolutely ignoring the advice of my solicitors whenever my own considered judgment differed from theirs. I have therefore nobody but myself to blame for what happened. I console myself by thinking that it was meant to happen. Providence does not let down anyone who is trusting in it, but it does not often allow that person to win great victories except at the cost of preliminary defeats and much tribulation. After I had lost the ransom case, and had been convicted and bound over to come up for judgment if called on at the Old Bailey in respect of my libel on Custance, my situation was fairly miserable. I was left alone in my dismantled and deserted home. I had been forced into bankruptcy, not directly for the costs in the ransom case, which I was ordered to pay and which amounted to about £1,500, but really in anticipation of that event. What actually happened was that I borrowed from moneylenders, and that they refused to give me time to pay, as I had often done before, and I was forced to allow a receiving order to be made against me. This was just before the ransom case came on. When I became bankrupt, I was automatically compelled to relinquish membership of White's Club, to which I had belonged for more than 20 years. My sponsors at White's had been my uncle, Percy Wyndham, and the late Sir Reginald Graham of Norton Conyers. There is a rule of the club that anyone against whom a receiving order is made ceases, de facto, to be a member, but that he may be readmitted without ballot if he can show that no blame attaches to him financially, and that there is no suggestion of fraud or dishonesty. This precisely covers my case. I was told by the official who examined me in bankruptcy that no blame whatever attached to me, that my bankruptcy was a pure misfortune, and that I could get my discharge without the slightest difficulty. I was not even condemned as having been unjustifiably extravagant. I have never made any move towards re-election at White's, chiefly because certain members of my family are on the committee of this club, the oldest club in London, which for many years was the personal property of my friend and cousin the late Algy Bourke. My view was, and is, that if the persons who control the club had not sufficient good feeling to do something about it, I certainly did not intend to give them the opportunity of further indulgence in the favourite English sport of kicking a man when he is down. I have determined that I will never apply for my discharge in bankruptcy any more than I will ask my relatives in White's Club to put into force the spirit of the rules which govern their own select establishment. Leaving out my beloved mother, the only person in my own sphere who showed me real kindness at this dismal moment of my life was George Wyndham. He went out of his way to be kind to me, and to associate himself with me publicly by asking me several times to stay at his country house, Clouds, and his death, which occurred shortly afterwards, deprived me of the only powerful friend I had. It was at this period that I carried on for a short time, after refusing to succumb for many weeks, the liaison with the beautiful girl to whom I referred earlier in this book, who came and almost literally forced her way into my deserted house in Church Row, the very day before I was due to go to the Old Bailey to be tried, and, as was a foregone conclusion, convicted for libelling my father-in-law. Her name was D.E., and she arrived with a pearl necklace and other jewels which she wanted me to take and sell to raise money for my defence, and to carry me on. Needless to say, I did not take what she offered, but I was inexpressibly touched and grateful. She came down to the court and welcomed me when I got safely out. Colonel Custance's advocate, Sir Richard Muir, acting on his client's instructions, implored the judge, the recorder, Sir Forrest Fulton, to send me to prison, and to give me the most severe sentence possible. But these amiable hopes on the part of the gallant colonel were doomed to disappointment. The recorder merely bound me over, and indeed, if I had but known it, I need not have been under any serious apprehension, for it is very unusual to send a man to prison for libel, and although I had not pleaded justification, my defence, conducted by my old and loyal friend Cecil Hayes, disclosed enough of the facts to give the recorder a pretty good idea that I was not the hardened ruffian which Colonel Custance, with the assistance of Lewis and Lewis and Muir, tried to make me out. Referring to the way I was paralysed on this occasion, I have noticed that the same principle is in action in the case of persons who play systems at Monte Carlo. There are a dozen systems which, if ruthlessly played out, with enough capital, will almost certainly beat the bank. The trouble is to find a man with a sufficiently iron nerve to play them. What almost invariably happens is, not that the system breaks down, but that the man who is playing it gets to a point in the game, after a big run against him, where he throws up the sponge. I have known this to happen over and over again, not in my own case, for the only time I ever played a system, at Ostend in 1903, I went right through with it and won £350, starting with £50. The strain, however, was so great, especially as I had inadequate capital, that I have never done it again. What beat me at the Custance libel prosecution at the Old Bailey was simply that my nerve went, and that I was demoralised. My system, le système Douglas, was perfectly sound, and would have worked out almost automatically if I had allowed it to have a chance. But I funked. Half the cases that are lost in the law courts fail for the same reason. Lawyers will always try to persuade a man to compromise. In fact, my experience is that in order to win a case in the law courts, you have first of all to win a preliminary fight with your solicitor and counsel. If you win that, you may then have a good chance to win the case itself. The one utterly fatal thing is to leave yourself entirely in the hands of your legal advisers. This is just what I did when I threw away my chances in the Custance libel case. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. I look back with no satisfaction to what happened directly after my loss of the two cases referred to in the last chapter. I practically lived with D.E. for about 3 or 4 months. I saw her daily first for about a month, and went about with her in a perfectly innocent way. I explained to her that, being a Catholic, I could not consent to lead an immoral life. In the end, however, I deeply regret to have to admit that I succumbed. I got hold of a certain amount of money by selling the books and letters of Wilde, and in advance royalties on the book, English and American Rights, Oscar Wilde and myself. This enabled me to go on living at my partially furnished house in Church Row, Hampstead, to carry on the fight in Chancery about my son, and also to take D about all over the place in London to restaurants and similar resorts. I did this partly out of bravado, and as a demonstration against my enemies, and against my wife, whom at that time I never expected to see or speak to again. I had burnt all her photographs and everything else in the house that might remind me of her. Her father and George Lewis had me followed continually by detectives. D and I used to see them waiting outside my house or her flat and laugh at them. Colonel Custance and Lewis moved heaven and earth to induce Olive to start divorce proceedings against me, but this she absolutely refused to do, and when they tried to put pressure on her, her willpower reasserted itself, and she turned on them with such vehemence that she scared them right off their unholy projects. Less than 4 months after our separation, Olive rang me up one day on the telephone. I answered, not knowing who it was. She begged me to come to see her. The sound of her voice on the telephone completely finished me, and I went straight off to see her, and we made it up. This, of course, caused a breach with D, and my irregular life came to an end forever. This was in 1913. Although my wife and I have never lived together again, we are the best of friends. I often go to stay with her, and we keep up a constant correspondence. My reconciliation with Olive was a nasty knock for Custance, and also for George Lewis, who by this time had taken up the campaign against me in a personal and most vindictive way. This campaign he carried on for years. He had already appeared against me in the ransom case and the customs libel. In the years that followed, he appeared against me again and again, firstly on behalf of Ross, when he got an injunction from Mr. Justice Asbury by which I was restrained from quoting in my book any of Wilde's letters, or any part of the unpublished De Profundis in my own defence. Lewis also appeared, of course, as the solicitor for Custance on the numerous occasions when the case of the custody of my son came before Mr. Justice Eve, and afterwards Mr. Justice Peterson in the Chancery Court. See Eve and the Serpent. He then, at the end of 1914, appeared against me at the Old Bailey when I prosecuted Ross, and again when I sued the Evening News in 1922. The Evening News was his Waterloo, as far as I was concerned, but the publication in 1926 of my collected satires, which contained several scathing poems in which I mercilessly attacked him and held him up, in the legal phrase, to contempt and ridicule, served to remind him that I was still alive and kicking. He died a few months ago, and poor Colonel Custance has been dead for 2 years. I regret very much that it was not possible for me to have a reconciliation with the latter. I long since ceased to have any ill feeling against him, and when he was in his last illness, I told my wife that I would like to be reconciled with him. However, he remained implacable, though, from what he said just before he died, I believe that he recognized that he had done wrong in the line of conduct he had followed in regard to my son, to whom he was devoted, but who, in the end, found out all the real truth about how I, his father, had been treated, and who, of his own accord, wrote to me and asked me to forgive him for what, as a child of 14, and poisoned by lies and misrepresentations about me, he had done himself. Needless to say, I forgave him. I also wish to put it on record that I forgive George Lewis, and it is a fact that for at least 12 years I prayed for him and Colonel Custance by name as my greatest enemies every day of my life. I do not want to go into detail into all the struggle over my son. It would be impossible for me to tell the whole story without appearing to blame my wife, and that I decline to do. I will say, however, that I was never deprived of the custody of my son. The judge, Eve, made a point of this, and seemed to think that I ought to be very grateful for it. But as he ordered that I was to pay all the costs of the boy's schooling, and that during his holidays he was to spend 2/5 of the time with me, and 3/5 of the time with his grandfather, and as, moreover, I had done nothing at all to make me unfit to have the complete custody of my own son, especially considering that all the time he was with me was invariably spent in my mother's house, I could not but think then, as I think now, that I was treated with the most monstrous cruelty and injustice. In the end I got so exasperated by the odious necessity of having to send my son, for the greater part of his holidays, to Colonel Custance, that I took him out of the jurisdiction, into Scotland, where I could defy the English Chancery Courts, being a Scotsman and the son of a Scottish peer. I went to Fort Augustus with the boy, took a house there, arranged with the Right Reverend Sir David Hunter Blair, abbot of Fort Augustus, that my boy should be educated by the monks, and wrote to the judge informing him of what I had done, and that I had no intention of sending the boy again to Colonel Custance, and that I should remain with him in Scotland indefinitely. This, of course, was what is called contempt of court. It was brought up against me, by the way, at the hearing of my libel action against the Evening News, when I got £1,000 damages. The then Mr. Douglas Hogg asked me in the witness box whether I had not committed gross contempt of court. I replied, yes, I committed contempt of court, just as all the apostles did. St. Paul, for example, committed contempt of court over and over again. Mr. Hogg said, "You don't compare yourself with St. Paul, do you?" To which I replied, "Well, I don't see why I shouldn't." This reply was received with loud laughter, in which the judge joined, but I went on to add, "We are told to imitate Christ, so I suppose we are at least equally entitled to imitate St. Paul." And Hogg had nothing more to say on that point. The English Chancery Courts have, God be thanked, no jurisdiction in Scotland. As long as I remained in Scotland, nobody could interfere with me in any legal way. However, illegality has never been any bar to the late Sir George Lewis. Acting on the instructions of Colonel Custance, he sent a private detective to the hotel in Fort Augustus, where I was staying up till just before the date fixed for my removal into the house I had taken. This man got hold of my little boy while he was out fishing by himself, and carried him off in a car into England. When the boy disappeared, we, that is to say, the monks at the abbey and myself, were all in a state of the utmost consternation and anxiety, thinking that he had been drowned in the loch. For 2 days I was left in ignorance of what had happened. It did not occur, apparently, to Lewis and Lewis, or Custance, that it would be only decent to let me know that the boy was safe and well. I heard nothing at all, and passed 2 days of agony before I got a telegram from my wife telling me that the boy was at Weston, her father's place in Norfolk. Just before the kidnapping, a criminal offence in Scotland, took place, my wife had agreed to come up to Scotland to join me and the boy. So, if the kidnapping had been delayed only a few days, we would all three, father, mother, and child, have been living together again in the same house. I went to the police and applied for a warrant for Custance for kidnapping my son. I was referred to the Lord Advocate, who corresponds to the public prosecutor in England. After many weeks' delay, during which my mother joined me in Edinburgh, I was refused a warrant. The Lord Advocate at that time was Mr. Munro Ferguson, a friend of Mr. Asquith. Colonel Custance, for his part, not content with having got my son away from me, went with Sir George Lewis to the Chancery Court and implored Mr. Justice Eve to commit me to prison for contempt of court. This, however, Eve declined to do. He would not have looked very pretty if he had done it, and by this time he had had enough of me and my affairs, and discreetly retired from the case and handed it over to Mr. Justice Peterson. Poor Custance somehow never had any luck in his attempts to get me locked up. He tried 3 times, but never brought it off. When I came up before Mr. Justice Peterson, he offered to give me back the boy on the same terms as before, 2/5 of his holidays with me, and 3/5 with Custance. But as I now discovered that the boy had been privy to the kidnapping, that he had been secretly corresponding with Custance, and that he had left me of his own accord, I told the judge that I would have nothing more to do with him, and that I washed my hands of him. I did not see him again for nearly 10 years. In this attitude I was supported by my mother, who shared my indignation at the way I was treated. I was at that time intensely devoted to my son. His loss, and the horrible circumstances of it, completed my sense of the cruelty and injustice of the world. I gave up all idea of happiness in this life, and clung to Catholicism as my only consolation, in spite of the fact that I was very badly treated at that time by most of the Catholics with whom I had dealings, including the monks of the Ampleforth Benedictine School, where I had placed my son. The monks had supported me all through my fight for the custody of the boy, but when I definitely renounced the boy, they made terms behind my back with Custance and Lewis. I wrote a sonnet about this, which appears in my collected poems. The end of the whole story is what I have already related, namely, that my son, when he was of age and his own master, wrote and asked my forgiveness, which I of course gave him. Since then we have been on terms of the deepest affection. The action of my son was a bitter blow to Colonel Custance, and he did not long survive it. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. To go back to the period I had reached at the beginning of the last chapter, a few months after the ransom action. My reconciliation with Olive was not really permanent or complete. After the first emotion of making friends with her again, I did not see much of her. I got rid of my Hampstead house and went to live with my mother in the early part of 1914, at a small house she had taken for a few months in Chelsea. Previously to this, and right up to the time when, as I shall presently describe, I left England to avoid being called up for judgment for having, as was alleged, broken my recognizances by repeating my libel on Colonel Custance, I had been, with Crossland's assistance, doing all I could to bring Ross to book. Accidentally, and through a paragraph I saw in a Sunday paper, I got to hear of a 16-year-old boy named Garrett, who was then in prison, and who had at his trial called in his defence to speak for him a certain great friend and associate of Ross. I got permission from the Home Office to send a solicitor to see this boy in prison. The solicitor saw the boy, in the presence of a warder, and the boy made a statement more or less incriminating Ross, whom he declared he knew well. The boy declined to go into details, but said that if the solicitor would meet him, or send someone to meet him at the prison gates on his release, he would tell him everything. This was done. The boy was met, and he made a statement incriminating Ross. I took the boy to Scotland Yard, and he repeated the statement, I not being present, to the police inspector, who took down what he said. The boy signed the statement. The police, however, after several days had elapsed, declined to take any action. I sent Crossland down to see the boy's mother in the country. In the end she came up and swore an information, and went, accompanied by my solicitor, and with the boy, to apply before a magistrate for a warrant against Ross. The magistrate's clerk, however, told her to come again later in the day. She went away, and meanwhile the boy ran away and disappeared. I may say that this charge against Ross formed part of my plea of justification when I justified my charges against him later on in the same year. Contemporaneously with this, and in pursuance of my determination to force Ross into the courts to prosecute me, and give me the opportunity of proving my charges against him, I wrote to various friends of his, including the then Prime Minister, Mr. Asquith, Lord Oxford, making charges against him. At the same time I wrote to Custance a letter in which I remonstrated with him on the attitude he had taken up towards my marriage, and the separation between my wife and myself, which I attributed to him. Custance took my letter to George Lewis, who immediately declared that by writing this letter I had broken my recognizances, and that an application should be made to the recorder who had tried the case, and bound me over, to call me up, to show cause why I should not be committed to prison. A summons was served on me. I saw in a flash the trap I was in. If the recorder sent me to prison for 6 months, as I took it for granted, quite mistakenly, that he was certain to do, I was done forever. For as soon as I was in prison, Lewis would apply for a warrant against me for criminal libel on Ross, and, being in prison, it would be impossible for me to get the evidence required to defend myself and justify my charges. I accordingly took what looks on the face of it like the fatal step of clearing out of the country and going to Boulogne. Yet if I had not done this, so wonderful are the ways of Providence, I would never have settled Ross. If I had gone up before the recorder, it is extremely unlikely that he would have held that my letter to Custance constituted a breach of my recognizances. In fact, it did nothing of the kind, for it did not repeat the libel, or so much as refer to it, and had reference to something quite different. In any case, even if the recorder had held that what I had done amounted to a breach of my recognizances, he certainly would not have sent me to prison, for I did not do so a few months later, when I had repeated the libel on Custance, and added others. Supposing that I had gone up before the recorder, nothing would have happened to me beyond, at the worst, a lecture and a warning to be careful. But, and this is the wonderful part of the story, if I had not run away and gone to Boulogne, Ross would never have prosecuted me at the Old Bailey 8 months later. As long as I was in the country, he would never have dared to go for me. It was precisely because he thought that I had gone away and would never come back, or at any rate not for years, that he went with Lewis to a magistrate and applied for, and obtained, 2 warrants for my arrest, as I shall presently describe. I fled from London on the 4th of March, the anniversary of my wedding day, and went to Boulogne, where I found Dick Luckman and his second wife and child staying at a hotel. I went to their hotel and remained in Boulogne till about 2 months after the war broke out. While I was in Boulogne, Crossland came over to see me several times and stayed as my guest at my hotel. One day dear little D.E. came with him and spent 2 hours with me, and that was the last time I saw her, for immediately afterwards she went back to her native country, the United States. She came from San Francisco. She wrote to me from there about a year later and begged me to come over to America. She told me she had now got plenty of money. Fond as I was of her, I was determined, for religious reasons, that nothing would induce me to see her any more. I thought it best not to answer her letter. Crossland and I carried on the campaign against Ross and Custance from Boulogne. I had several hundred copies printed of 2 Letters to my father-in-law, which I circulated in England. They both contained references to Ross, and were used as part of Ross's indictment of me later at the Old Bailey. Then one day Crossland went back to London, after spending a couple of days with me, and was arrested, and charged with conspiring with Lord Alfred Douglas to bring a false charge against Robert Ross in respect of the boy Garrett. The history of Crossland's trial, which lasted for 8 days at the Old Bailey, belongs more properly to his biography than to mine. My old and valued friend, Mr. Sawley Brown, who for years has fought my battles in his splendid paper, The Border Standard, has just published a life of Crossland, and I refer those who wish to read about this sensational case to that volume. Crossland was defended by Cecil Hayes, and the leading counsel against him was F.E. Smith, now Lord Birkenhead. The trial ended in the complete discomfiture of Ross and the triumphant acquittal of Crossland. As it was a case of conspiracy, I was also included in the charge, and if I had been in England I too would have been arrested and charged with Crossland. As soon as I heard that Crossland had been arrested and released on bail, his surety being my cousin, Sholto Johnston Douglas, the portrait painter, son of Arthur Johnston Douglas of Comlongan Castle, Dumfriesshire, owner of Old Joe, who won the Grand National in 1886, as I have already described in the first chapter of this book, I determined to return to England and stand my trial with Crossland. However, Crossland telegraphed me not to come till he had seen me. He was out on bail, and asked the police if they had any objection to his going over to Boulogne to see me. The police raised no objection at all, which seems rather queer, but I think the explanation was that Ross and Sir George Lewis would have been only too pleased if Crossland had skipped his bail and allowed the case to go against him by default. Crossland came over to me and strongly urged me not to come back to England till his trial was over. We both felt perfectly confident that he must be acquitted, and that such acquittal would be a severe knockout for Ross and the enemy generally. The situation was that if I came back, I would immediately be arrested on Ross's conspiracy warrant, and would then, of course, be released on bail, but then, again, I would be rearrested on the recorder's bench warrant, which had been issued directly I left England. Then, supposing the recorder sent me to prison, as I thought, quite mistakenly, that he was certain to do, I should be in a very awkward position with the other trial to face. Consequently, we agreed that it would be better policy to stay where I was and await the issue of Crossland's trial. We carried out this plan. Crossland came over to Boulogne and spent every weekend with me, and when his acquittal took place, it of course carried mine with it. So there was the end of that. At this time, before Crossland's acquittal, I actually had no less than 3 warrants out for my arrest in London. I knew of only 2, the recorder's bench warrant and Ross's warrant for conspiring with Crossland to bring a false charge against him. Really, of course, the charge was perfectly true, as was subsequently established. But, in addition to these 2 warrants, Ross had also taken out a warrant against me for criminal libel. I knew nothing of this till I came back to England 2 or 3 months later. Crossland was in great form in the witness box in his case. I remember particularly one witty remark he made. In reply to a question from Mr. F.E. Smith, he said something about the jury, whereupon Mr. Smith said, "Oh, never mind the jury can take care of themselves." Crossland replied, "Yes, but I want them to take care of me," which was received with great laughter. It is the healthiest thing in the world if you can get the judge and jury laughing at your replies in the witness box, and nothing is so disconcerting to counsel opposed to you. Of course, I don't mean that one should try to be funny, nothing could be more fatal, but if an answer comes out quickly and naturally, and happens to raise genuine laughter, it is a very good sign, especially in a criminal case. Juries don't laugh at a man's remarks if they're going to convict him. Crossland proved himself to be more than a match for the deadly cross-examination of F.E. Smith, and indeed he succeeded in making Smith look rather foolish several times. Smith endeavoured to get his own back by a very virulent closing speech to the jury, in which he attacked me in the most savage manner. I was not there to answer back, but I promptly replied by writing and getting 1,000 copies printed and circulated of a lampoon called The Rime of F.E.E., which may be read in my collected satires. During the time when Crossland was out on bail, and from the moment when he was arrested, my dear mother, at my request, supplied him with ample funds. Cecil Hayes defended him for nothing, or I suppose I ought to say for a nominal fee, for I believe he had 5 guineas marked on his brief, in contrast to F.E. Smith's 500 guineas and refreshers, which ran the whole amount up into thousands. Crossland also came over every weekend and stayed at my expense at Boulogne. I am obliged to mention all this because I afterwards discovered that Crossland, imitating the tactics of Oscar Wilde, went about telling everyone he met that neither I nor my family had given him 6pence at this time. My mother, as a matter of fact, gave him about £250, although at the time, with the war just starting, she was, like most other people, much embarrassed financially. Just about this time, my book, Oscar Wilde and Myself, which I had written with Crossland, giving him half the proceeds, came out. In the book there is next to nothing about Ross. The publishers prevented me from telling anything like the real truth about the part he had played, and in many other respects they interfered with the author in a way which was bound to injure the book. To put the lid on all this, the book actually appeared on the very day war was declared. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. About 2 months after Crossland's acquittal, I think it was in October 1914, I returned to England. I saw that it was useless for me to stay any longer at Boulogne. When the war broke out, I saw the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders land at Boulogne. They were the first regiment to arrive. I was mad to go to the front, and I wrote to Lord Kitchener, with whom I had a slight personal acquaintance. I had met him in Egypt when I was a boy, staying with the Cromers, and again at lunch at Lady Henry Gordon Lennox's at Prince's Gate, when he had paid a lot of attention to me, and after lunch asked me to walk with him across the park. I begged him to find something for me. I told him I spoke French like a Frenchman, and might be useful in that way. He replied at once, saying that he much regretted that he was unable to find anything for me at present. When you come to think of it, it was not very easy for him to give a commission to a man who had 3 warrants out for his arrest, but I was much disappointed. I saw our magnificent First Army go off to the war, and alas, precious few came back as they went. I thought of joining the Foreign Legion, and wrote to my friend Taffy Lewis. Colonel Lewis was a very distinguished soldier, at one time ADC to King Edward, who used to review military books for me on the Academy, and who had been in Egypt for years, and just missed being Sirder instead of Kitchener. Taffy wrote back enclosing me a letter of introduction to the officer commanding the Foreign Legion. He had been made an honorary member of their mess when he acted as war correspondent to the Times in Morocco. At the same time he strongly urged me not to join the Foreign Legion, and said it was a mad idea, and that I would never stand the conditions. No doubt he was right, and anyhow, after a few days' war fever, I came to the conclusion that, as a preliminary to going to the war, I must first return to England and get rid of the recorder's bench warrant. I had no suspicion that Ross was going to prosecute me for criminal libel. After his crushing defeat at the hands of Crossland, I thought he was finished, and I believe that no solicitor in the world, other than the late Sir George Lewis, would have advised him to take another chance at the Old Bailey. If I had known that Ross was going to prosecute, I would certainly have gone back just the same, for, obviously, I could not go on staying indefinitely in France, and I was longing for something to happen. In any case, I wrote to the recorder and told him I was coming back, and that I looked to him confidently to treat me fairly in view of the frightful provocation I had received from my father-in-law, who had smashed up my home and separated me from my wife. I also wrote to the police and told them that I would be on the boat arriving at Folkestone on the following day but one. I must confess that my feelings on the boat, going across, were not very enviable. In fact, they might be compared, greatly intensified, to those which animate the mind of a schoolboy who has been invited to step into the headmaster's study, with a view to assimilating what a young friend of mine the other day aptly described as sixpennyworth of bend over. I felt pretty sore, metaphorically I mean, and very depressed. Crossing the Channel, as I had done 100 times before, always with a certain amount of holiday feeling, seemed now a dismal business. If I had known what was in store for me, I would have been even more gloomy. As it was, I had a black feeling of impending trouble. I spent the whole time of my crossing saying my rosary. When the boat got in, the captain, who knew what was to happen, politely asked me to go off first. A path was cleared for me, and I descended the landing stairs and was accosted by a nice-looking and smartly dressed detective in plain clothes. He carried my bag for me, and was most obliging. He said I could get my other luggage later on. I thought I was, of course, going on to London, but he said I was to go to the Folkestone police court to be charged. I did not in the least understand what he meant, as I thought I was being arrested on the recorder's bench warrant, but he told me I was arrested on a warrant granted on a sworn information to Robert Ross. Even then I did not understand. I thought that this was the old warrant for conspiring with Crossland to bring a false charge, and that my arrest, as far as Ross was concerned, was a mere formality, and that I would perhaps be brought up before a judge, and formally acquitted and discharged. The detective drove me in a cab to the police station. I was locked in a cell and told that I would be formally charged when the detective in charge of my case came down from London, which would not be before at least 2 or 3 hours. I was given some tea and bread and butter and a piece of cake, and left alone. After 2 or 3 hours of waiting in the cell, the door opened, and another Scotland Yard man came in. He said, "I will now read you the warrant, and must warn you that anything you say may be used against you." He then read the warrant, in which I was charged with falsely and maliciously publishing a defamatory libel on and about Robert Ross. I replied, when he had finished, "All right, I shall plead justification. Every word I have published about Ross is true, and will be proved up to the hilt." I felt for the moment rather exhilarated, as I always do when the issue is definitely joined in any kind of fight. I found the detective quite friendly. He had already collected my luggage, and we went off in a cab to the station, where he bought 2 first-class tickets to London. He then offered me a whisky and soda, which I was very glad to get. He would not allow me to pay for anything. On the way up to London he opened my dispatch box and extracted a number of my letters, most of which had not the slightest bearing on the case at issue. I did not get these letters back till months afterwards, and after making an application in open court before a magistrate, asking for an order for their return. When we got to London, I was taken to the police station. I think it was the Marylebone Road, but I am not quite sure. At any rate, it was the police court at that time presided over by Mr. Paul Taylor, before whom I appeared the next morning. The police, as always, were exceedingly kind and friendly. They made me as comfortable as possible in the detention room instead of locking me up in a cell. I was allowed to send out for dinner, and afterwards went to bed in the detention room. Next morning I was brought up before Mr. Paul Taylor. I was represented by a solicitor whose name for the moment I forget. He appeared for me only on this occasion. He was very competent, and I think it was Crossland who had sent him along on my behalf. George Lewis appeared for Ross, and read out various extracts from my printed pamphlets and written letters, on which he asked the magistrate to commit me for trial. The magistrate asked if I wished to say anything, and I said I plead justification. He said, "Very well. Of course you know that you cannot do that in this court, and I commit you for trial at the next sessions at the Central Criminal Court." I then applied for bail, and the magistrate said, "Oh, certainly, one surety and £500. My cousin Sholto was in court ready to go bail for me. At this point, George Lewis rose and said to the magistrate, "You cannot let him out on bail because there is a warrant against him from a superior court issued by the recorder, ordering him to come up for judgment in respect of charges of which he is being convicted in regard to another client of mine, for whom I also appear, Colonel Custance." The magistrate then, with reluctance, and expressing his regret, declared that in that case it was not in his power to allow me out on bail, and I was sent off to Brixton Prison in a taxi. To this extent, therefore, Custance did at last succeed in getting me locked up, although it was only on remand, and for a few days. When I got to the prison, and was shut up in a small cell on the ground floor, I must confess that my nerve failed. I suddenly realized for the first time that I really was right in the trap which George Lewis had laid for me. Here was I due to come up before the recorder in a few days, certain, as I supposed, to be sent to prison by him, and thus placed in a position in which it would be utterly impossible to defend myself against Ross. So I took it that I was in for 6 months from the recorder, and perhaps 12 or 18 more on the top of that for libelling Ross. I realized, not for the first or last time, that it is very dangerous to tell the truth in England. I felt that I was done, and the worst part of it all was that I would never be able to prove that I had told the truth about Ross, and he would be vindicated and whitewashed, and be able once more to pose as the pure, noble, and disinterested friend of Oscar Wilde, in contrast to my depraved self. I went through about 2 hours of mortal agony, during which I called on God, and reproached him for deserting me. Though it was a very cold evening, and my cell was far from warm, the sweat actually streamed down my face. At last I looked round in utter despair, and saw a New Testament, the only book in my cell. I snatched it up, and opened it, and read these words. "And when Herod would have brought him forth, the same night Peter was sleeping between 2 soldiers, bound with 2 chains, and the keepers before the door kept the prison. And behold, the angel of the Lord came upon him, and a light shined in the prison. And he smote Peter on the side, and raised him up, saying, Arise up quickly. And his chains fell off from his hands," etc. This struck me then, and strikes me now, as being a supernatural answer to my cry of despair and dereliction. Directly I read the words, confidence returned to me. I did not see how I was going to get out of prison and defeat the frightful combination of deadly enemies in front of me, but I felt convinced that I would somehow be saved. Just before my 2 hours' agony began, I had seen the Catholic chaplain, not the one who is now at Brixton. I am glad to say that I have forgotten his name. He came to see me at my request, and asked me all sorts of vulgar and impertinent questions about my family, why I had a title, and so forth. I answered with what patience I could muster. He then asked me why I was in prison. I told him what had happened, and he said, "Can you prove what you have written about Ross?" I said, "I do not know that I can, but I know that what I have said about him is true." He then said, "Well, in my opinion, you have acted simply out of spite, and you will deserve any punishment you get." To this I made no reply. I asked him if he would give me Holy Communion in the morning, and he said, "No, I cannot do that," and he went away. At the time I immediately recognized that this frightful experience was inevitable and complete. I said to myself, here begins my passion, and then followed 2 hours when I was in a physical sweat of mental agony, compared with which anything that I have suffered before or since was mere child's play. Afterwards I remembered that during the last part of the time I was in my half-empty home at Church Row, I had one day bought, at some Catholic church, a little book called The Holy Hour. It described a form of devotion which consisted in offering oneself to suffer 1 hour with Christ in his agony and passion. At the time I was very devout, as indeed I remained from that time on for many years, going to Mass and Holy Communion always every day, if it was possible to get to a church. The idea of this devotion fascinated and took hold of me, and I prayed hard that I might suffer with Christ, be betrayed by all my friends and those whom I loved, except my mother, and taste all the bitterness of his passion. This experience in Brixton Prison certainly was part of the answer to my prayer. After it was over, I felt quite calm. I stayed 5 days in Brixton, and was then taken first to the police court and then on to the Old Bailey. To my great joy and consolation, Olive turned up, and accompanied me to the Old Bailey. We drove across London holding hands, under the benevolent eye of a warder. Olive accompanied me to the corridor on the first floor, outside the courts, and while we were there together, her father and Admiral Sir Reginald Custance suddenly appeared before us. When they saw her with me, they were livid with rage, and Sir Reginald rated my wife in a loud voice, and quite in the good old quarter-deck and grand old English gentleman, all of the olden time, style, bless him. However, further bitter disappointments were in store for them, for the good old recorder, may his soul rest in peace, merely pretended to be very angry, snorted quite a lot in the most approved style, and spoke to me with awful severity, exactly as if I were a little boy who had been caught stealing the jam. In the end of all this by-play, and after saying solemnly, "The question is now, what is to be done with you?" he bound me over again with 2 sureties to the disgust and indignation of the Custances and George Lewis. I had already provided myself with 2 sureties, in anticipation of a possible miracle, my cousin Sholto and an Anglican parson, the Reverend James Mills, who came out of the void, evidently sent along by Providence, and offered in the kindest and most generous manner to go bail for me to any amount. My counsel was Mr., now Sir Henry, Curtis Bennet, who did the apologizing to the recorder in the court very gracefully, and, as it appears, evidently successfully. Thus the snare was broken, and I was delivered quite as effectually as St. Peter was delivered by the angel. Really, from this moment, I never looked back, except for one relapse which I shall presently describe. For although I was committed for trial, and had only about 5 weeks in which to get evidence against Ross, with the alternative of anything from 6 months to 2 years' imprisonment, I felt perfectly confident. Although I had been bound over with 2 sureties of £200 each, and although my 2 sureties were waiting to enter into their recognizances in court, I did not, after all, get out that night. Sir George Lewis somehow contrived that the police, that is to say, the detective in charge of the case, should refuse to accept my Anglican friend as a surety without 24 hours' notice for investigation. Mr. Mills offered to take the police to his bank and show them that his balance there was more than 5 times as much as the sum for which he had gone surety, but the detective refused, and said he must make inquiries at his domicile next day. The effect of this was, of course, as was intended, that instead of being let out at once, as was the recorder's intention, I was kept in custody as a convicted prisoner. My sentence was to be bound over with 2 sureties, or in default of producing sureties, 6 months' imprisonment. So at 7 o'clock that evening, after I had been shut up in a cell for several hours, I was told that my sureties would not be available that night, and that in the meanwhile I was a convicted prisoner, with nominally 6 months to serve, and must go to Wormwood Scrubs. So off I went in the Black Maria, with about a dozen other convicted prisoners, all of whom were handcuffed. I was exempted from this in consideration of the fact that I was only bound over, and due to go out next day. On the way to the prison we were allowed to smoke cigarettes and talk. We drove right down Piccadilly. It was a curious sensation to look out through the chinks of the cover of the sort of wagonette we occupied, and see the clubs and restaurants, and the people going out to dinner. This particular Black Maria was not a regular one divided into cells, but I may say, with satisfaction, that I had then, and have since, been in a proper regulation Black Maria. When we got to Wormwood Scrubs, the ceremony of reception took at least an hour and a half. All our clothes were taken away, and we were sent one by one into 3 or 4 bathrooms, which contained warm water baths. When my turn came, the reception officer, a delightful Irishman, full of jokes and good humour, and doing his best, in the most charitable way, to cheer everyone up, looked me over casually and said, "You needn't have a bath, you are quite clean." I was much upset and said, "Oh, but please let me have a bath. I've been in Brixton for 5 days without one." The officer, in prison the warders are always called officers, said, "Well, of course, you can have one if you like." So I got my bath and enjoyed the hot water, and was lying luxuriously in it when a prisoner in prison clothes, who was helping in the reception, looked in and said, "Get out quick, kid, you're only allowed 5 minutes." He gave me a towel. After that I was inspected by the doctor. The same doctor was at the prison 10 years later when I revisited the classic shades of Wormwood Scrubs, Dr. Watson, kindest and most considerate of men, who always had a kind word for me, and lent me books, with the approval of the Catholic chaplain, when I was in hospital. All this took much longer than one would suppose. We were also given cocoa and bread, quite uneatable and as hard as a brick, and then conducted to our respective cells. I was put on the second and top floor of the sinister and forbidding-looking iron and steel house, smelling strongly of gas, with its rows and rows of numbered cells, to which I was destined. I was in the third, or hard labour, division, and I must, therefore, I imagine, have been in the same building where Oscar Wilde had been confined. I thought of him as I went to bed, a plank bed and no mattress, and said to myself, "Poor Oscar, however did he manage to stand this for 2 years?" That was the first time I'd had a comparatively soft thought about him since I read the unpublished part of De Profundis. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. I slept like a log, in spite of plank bed and no mattress, being worn out, and was wakened by the ringing of the prison bell at 5:30. I got up and dressed, putting on the ghastly prison clothes which had been served out to me the night before. I began to have a reaction, and to feel frightened and wretched. What if there was some hitch about my sureties, and I could not get out? My imagination began to work fantastically, suggesting that the whole thing was a trap, and that once in this prison, a mere number without a name, I was done for, and would be kept indefinitely. The door was unlocked and left open. I heard the clanking of tins and pails. 2 prisoners came along with a sort of tank on wheels, and told me to empty my slops. A warder looked in and said something which I did not understand. The door was shut and locked. Then there was a long pause. I remained apathetically sitting on the little backless stool which was all there was in the way of a chair. Uneatable and evil-smelling food was handed in. I looked at it with disgust, and put it as far away from me as possible. It was nearly dark. The only window, a small square, was so high up that I could reach it only by standing on my stool. I was faint with hunger, and as I had had nothing to eat since breakfast the day before. I had been too agitated to eat my good lunch at the Old Bailey, cold chicken and bread, and owing to the fact that I had expected to get out before dinner-time, I had not bothered about food. The bread and cocoa which had been offered me when I got into the reception-room I had not touched. The door was again opened, and my untasted breakfast was removed by a prisoner who eagerly took possession of my bread and stuffed it into his shirt. I sat on for some time in a dazed condition, hearing the noise of walking and tramping outside. Then a fierce-looking officer looked in and shouted angrily at me, "What are you doing here? Why haven't you made your bed? What do you think you are doing? You ought to be in the shed." I looked at him with wide eyes, and then burst into tears. I buried my face in my hands and sobbed. He came up to me in the kindest way and put his arm round my neck. "Here, sonny, this won't do. Cheer up. No harm meant. I know it must be very hard on you, first day and all. You needn't go into the shed if you'd rather stay here." His kindness made me cry all the more, and he tactfully went away and came back 10 minutes later, and asked me how I felt. I said I felt all right now and would like to go to the shed, though I had no idea what the shed was. He showed me how to fold my blankets and lean my plank bed against the wall. He got a wet towel and wiped my face and dried it, making jokes all the time. May God reward him. He then conducted me down 2 flights of iron stairs and out of the dreadful hall into the open air, and so to the shed, a large building where about 100 prisoners were working at sewing sacks and picking oakum. I was given some oakum to pick. Either before or after that, I forget which, I had an hour's exercise, walking round and round a yard, with 150 or so of other prisoners. Then came more revolting food in my cell, the mere sight and smell of it making me sick. 10 years later I starved on it for 7 weeks, losing nearly 2 stone of weight in the process. But at this time I merely looked at it and hoped someone would take it away soon. The editor of the tablet, among others, declares, in contradiction to me, that the food in prisons is really excellent. Of course, never having been in prison, he is bound to know more about it than I do. Perhaps the editor of the tablet likes lumps of stinking meat swimming in lukewarm kitchen grease. There is no accounting for taste. Personally, I do not fancy it, and when the time came I preferred, even starving as I was, not to eat it, and to live for 7 weeks on crusts of bread and watery cocoa. After dinner we went back to the shed, and I picked more oakum. By this time I was in complete despair. I could not understand why my sureties had not come to take me out, and I made up my mind that something had gone wrong, and that I was going to be kept in prison. Of course, this was childish and unreasonable on my part, but in prison, especially at first, one is not reasonable, and is liable to all sorts of panics and nightmarish ideas. I sat in the shed for about 2 hours, and at last I heard my number called out. Curiously, I forget the number. I jumped to my feet and went up to the officer who had just come into the shed and called my number. He said, "You are wanted by the governor. Come along with me." I said, "Is it my sureties?" He said, "I don't know anything about it. All I know is you are to go to the governor." I followed him into one of the rooms leading into the reception office, where I had been the night before. My heart leapt up, for there was the governor talking affably to dear old Sholto and my clerical friend and benefactor, who both smiled and shook hands with me. I was immediately taken into the reception room and relieved of my prison clothes, my own clothes, watch, and money being given back to me. The only thing I had been allowed to keep was my rosary, which I was wearing round my neck. When I was clothed and in my right mind, I went back into the other room, and the governor shook hands and said, "Well, goodbye, don't come back again," and I went off with my 2 sureties. Sholto had to rush off somewhere, but Mr. Mills carried me off to a restaurant and fed me sumptuously. Curiously enough, I could hardly eat anything. On my way home to my mother's, she was then staying at Cliveden Place, I thought to myself, I cannot risk going back to that hellish place. I made up my mind that I would come to terms with Ross, which of course would have been easy enough to do provided I would climb down and withdraw my charges. This state of mind, which had been produced by 1 night and day in a real convict prison, as distinct from Brixton, a remand prison, where you keep your own clothes and can order in any food that you like to pay for, was of course exactly the state of mind which Sir George Lewis, on behalf of Ross, had wanted to produce in me. If I had been let out the day before, as the recorder fully intended I should be, I would not have been able to imagine how dreadful it is to be in prison as a convicted prisoner. I had thought it bad enough in Brixton, but Brixton was heaven compared with Wormwood Scrubs. However, 1 night's good sleep in a real bed, in a comfortable bedroom, followed by bacon and eggs and toast and marmalade for breakfast, altered all my feelings. I swore to myself that I would spend the rest of my life in an underground dungeon before I climbed down an inch to Ross and Lewis. I spent a few days without profit with a solicitor who was not really fitted to cope with my case, and then good luck, or rather, for there is no such thing as luck, Providence sent me to Carter and Bell, that is to say, Mr. Edward Bell, for Carter is non-existent, and at last I had a solicitor who believed in me and approved of my methods. Mr. Edward Bell is a Scotsman, and his great-grandfather was hanged for being out in the '45 Jacobite Rising. He therefore has fighting blood and spirit of his own, and appreciation of the Douglas fighting blood and spirit in me. Leaving out the Chancery business, which had become hopelessly compromised before he came on the scene at all, Mr. Bell and I together never lost a case. We smashed Lewis and Lewis, with the able assistance of Mr. Commons Carr, now K.C., but then a junior, on 2 stricken fields, and even in my action against the Morning Post, where Mr. Commons Carr let me down rather badly, as I think, we won the case, though I did not get the damages to which I was entitled. Then began the, at first apparently hopeless, task of trying to get evidence against Ross. I saw Mr. Commons Carr and made a statement to him. He said to me, "If you will undertake to go into the witness box and say there what you have told me, I will draw up a plea of justification. But I tell you frankly that unless you can get quite a lot of real evidence, apart from your own, you will not have a chance." I got most of the evidence myself at the very last moment, as I have already stated. I tried clue after clue, and came up against blanks and brick walls, and people who were not going to be mixed up in the affair. At last I got word, sent anonymously, that there was a certain Mr. E. living at some number in a street near Camden Hill. I will not give his name, for obvious reasons, who was the respectable father of a young boy who had been a victim of Ross. When I got this information, there were less than 10 days to run before my trial was due to begin, and I had no evidence at all, though I had been to Guernsey in one fruitless quest, and to a dozen other places in vain. I went to the address given, and asked for Mr. E. No such name was known there. My heart sank into my boots. I turned away and looked down the street of at least 150 houses. What was I to do? I prayed desperately to St. Anthony of Padua, for whom I have always had a special cult. I walked a few yards with my eyes on the ground. A voice said, "What do you want? Can I help you?" I looked up and saw a beautiful little boy about 10 years old, smiling at me. I said, "I was looking for someone at a number which was given me in this street, and now I am told there is no such name known there." He said, "Tell me the name and the number." I did so. He said, "All right, I know where it is. The numbers in the street have been changed." He took my hand and led me right down to the other end of the street, stopped in front of a door and said, "You'll get what you want here." I let go his hand and went up to the door and rang the bell. I looked round and the little boy was gone. I looked down the street both ways and saw no sign of him. The door opened and I said, "Does Mr. E. live here?" "Yes, he does. Will you come in?" was the reply. With great difficulty I got from Mr. E. confirmation of what I had been told. The difficulty was caused by the woman who had let me in, and who, I found, was his second wife, and stepmother of his 2 sons. She said, "Don't tell him anything. We don't want to have any scandal in the family." I appealed strongly to Mr. E. I said, "If you don't help me, I shall be sent to prison. For God's sake, tell me." He said, "Very well, I can't refuse. The boy himself is dead. After what happened when he left home, he went to South Africa and died there. His elder brother, who is a private in the Regiment, now at Goring, will tell you the whole story." He gave me the name and military address of the brother, and I went out. This is the story to which I have referred as being what I believe to be a supernatural experience. It did not strike me till long afterwards, when I got the evidence which proved to be perhaps the most damning of all the evidence I got against Ross, that the whole thing was mysterious and wonderful. How should a little boy of 10 years old know about the change of numbers, and where Mr. E. lived? Why should a child of that age go up to a man he had never seen before and say, "What do you want? Can I help you?" I firmly believe that the child was an angel, or, at any rate, that he was supernaturally moved to help me. He was a most beautiful little boy, and he had an angelic face and smile. And how did he disappear in the space of time, a few seconds, between when I let go of his hand and when I looked round again? Perhaps Dr. Barnes or Dean Inge will oblige with an explanation which will satisfy believers in the Darwinian hypothesis and the impossibility of miracles. Even after this, I had a desperate difficulty in getting the evidence. When I got to Goring, I was told that the particular unit in which the man I wanted was serving had been transferred to a town in Norfolk. I went there, and went to the headquarters of the colonel of the regiment. It was a house belonging to a man I knew, Charlie Tracy, now Lord Sudeley, but he was not there himself. The colonel was odious. When he heard what I wanted, he was insolent and rude, and declared that he would not let me see the man I wanted. I had to have a regular fight with him. In the presence of his adjutant and several other officers, I told him that unless he produced the man, for whom I had a subpoena, I would apply to the judge for a bench warrant, and that I would publicly expose him as a man who was trying to shield Ross and what he stood for. He grew red in the face and stormed out of the room, followed by his officers. The door was slammed, and I was left alone. After about 5 minutes, a very charming young subaltern, very much a gentleman, which was not always the case in those days of temporary gentlemen, came in and told me that the colonel had sent him to say that he had sent for the man, and that I might interview him in his, the subaltern's, presence. A few minutes later the young man arrived. The subaltern told him what I wanted, and said, "You are not obliged to answer Lord Alfred's questions unless you wish." The man was reluctant at first, but I appealed to him and said, "You don't want to shield the man who ruined your brother, and is, indirectly, responsible for his death, do you?" I also told him that unless he told me the truth, I would be sent to prison for denouncing Ross. He thereupon gave me the whole story, which was damning for Ross. I wrote down what he said, and he read it through and signed it, after being told by the subaltern that he need not do so unless he wished. I gave him a subpoena and £3, and told him he would have to be at the Old Bailey on the date fixed for my trial, early in December. This was a great triumph, and bucked me up considerably. It never rains but it pours. After that evidence began to flow in. I got the names of 6 people who could give me valuable information from a man I went to see at Yarmouth. In the end I had 13 or 14 witnesses. They were all respectable people. One was a clergyman of the Church of England, and I had not one single case of what is called tainted evidence. The only one I had who was of that kind was the man I saw at Yarmouth, and he failed to turn up at the trial. When his name was called, he did not answer. Subsequently, my solicitor, Mr. Edward Bell, traced him to one of the London hospitals, where he was informed that the man had been brought in unconscious and suffering from a narcotic poison. Whoever was responsible for getting him in this condition did me a very good turn, for he was the only witness I had who might have been severely damaged in cross-examination by Sir Ernest Wilde, Ross's counsel, now Recorder of London. A dramatic scene occurred at the trial when the young soldier, whose evidence I had such difficulty in getting, gave his evidence. He told the story of how his brother, then a boy of 16, disappeared from home, and how he and his father obtained information that Ross was responsible. He described how he went to a bar in Copt Hall Avenue, which Ross frequented, and, seeing Ross, said to him, "What have you done with my brother?" He said that Ross thereupon offered him money, which he refused, and then started blustering, and threatened to send for the police, and give him in charge for blackmail. Finally, he said, he was frightened and went away. His brother shortly afterwards went to South Africa, but he did not know where he got the money to go. He died there. At this point the poor fellow was overcome with emotion. Mr. Comyns Carr said to him, "Would you recognize the man you saw in the bar in Copt Hall Avenue if you saw him?" He replied, "I don't know whether I would. It is several years ago." "Well," said Carr, "look round the court and see if you can see him." Amid breathless silence the witness looked first of all up at the public gallery, and then all round the body of the court. Finally, he cast his eyes down to the solicitor's table, where Ross sat next to George Lewis, facing him. He said, "There is a gentleman sitting at the table who bears a striking resemblance to the man I saw in the bar in Copthall Avenue." "Will Mr. Ross stand up?" said the judge, Mr. Justice Coleridge. Ross stood up. "That is the man," said the witness. Will it be believed that this intensely dramatic scene was absolutely unreported in all the papers? I have already described what happened after the trial, and how the extraordinary testimonial to Ross was got up and signed by 350 prominent people, including the then Prime Minister and his wife. I have never been able to arrive at any satisfactory explanation of this astounding occurrence. Perhaps Dr. Barnes and Dean Inge, who presumably do not believe in the devil, might be able to suggest a reasonable solution. I confess that it beats me entirely. One of the signatories to the Ross testimonial was, by the way, Dr. Barnes's predecessor as Bishop of Birmingham, Dr. Wakefield. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. After I had finally disposed of Ross and established my plea of justification against him, followed the long series of appearances in the Chancery Court, culminating in the incident I have already described, when I washed my hands of my son. A period of 2 years then elapsed in which very little happened. I was living with my mother in a charming house called Shelley's Folly, 3 miles from Lewes, belonging to Lord Monk-Bretton. I did nothing but read Catholic books, Lives of the Saints, St. Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas. I read the whole Summa Theologica, St. Teresa, St. Catherine of Siena, and so forth. My life on the whole was quite uneventful. I had made another unsuccessful attempt to go to war, directly after I defeated Ross. I wrote to Kitchener again, pointing out that I had now emerged from all my legal difficulties, and that I had justified my libels on Ross, and asking him now to give me a commission or let me go as an interpreter. He replied, saying practically the same as he had said before. I was in my 44th year when the war broke out, and as I had never been in the army, or even in the militia or volunteers, I had of course no special qualification. I am very glad now that I did not go to the war, but at the time it was a grievance. Beyond a little snipe and duck shooting up in Caithnessshire, which was the nearest I could get during the war to the snipe bogs of the Orkney Islands, where I have a standing invitation to go and shoot with my old and valued friend Mr. Regan, I did nothing but read and take long walks, with an occasional ride at Newmarket or elsewhere. In this period I wrote and published The Rossiad and Eve and the Serpent. The only unusual incident that occurred was a visit to Mr. Herbert Moore Pym, the Irish poet, who was then editing a paper called The Irishman. I went to stay as his guest at a charming cottage he had near Dunmurry, and remained several weeks. Mr. Pym, who was afterwards my assistant editor on Plain English, which was, I suppose, more anti-Sinn Féin than any other paper in London in 1920-1921, was at that time an ardent Sinn Féiner, and ran the Irishman in that interest. In fact, he claims with Griffiths to have started the Sinn Féin movement. When the Sinn Féiners started murdering people, cutting off the noses of donkeys, and dragging the Catholic Church in the mire for political ends, Pym revolted and left them. He ended by being as violently anti as he had been before pro-Sinn Féin. At the time when, some years later, I telegraphed to him and asked him to come to London and be my assistant editor in Plain English, he had been warned that he was going to be murdered, and the police had informed him that they were powerless to protect him. Pym, of course, is a Catholic, a convert, though he comes of Ulster Protestant stock, his uncle being Mr. Justice Pym. When I was at Pym's I read The Jail Journal by John Mitchell. It greatly impressed me, and I became very sympathetic to the Irish nationalist movement. When I started Plain English, I was still in sympathy with the movement, but as a Catholic, I soon revolted against the campaign of murder and lying which was carried on by the Sinn Féiners, and as I got all my information on the Irish question from Pym, I soon followed him in his change of views. But all this was 3 or 4 years after the time of which I am speaking, when I stayed with Pym and wrote in the Irishman. I greatly admired some of Pym's poetry written about this time. What he has written since seems to me to be nothing like so good. Just before this time I had first met my great friend Mr. Sawley Brown, the editor of the Border Standard, Crossland's biographer. He stayed as my mother's guest in a house at Hove, and we have since exchanged numerous visits in Galashiels and London. I can never sufficiently thank Mr. Sawley Brown for all his chivalrous defence of me in that part of my native Scotland which is still sometimes called the Douglas country. Then came the Pemberton Billing case, in which I was asked to give evidence for Mr. Billing. I did so, and I helped to secure his acquittal at the Old Bailey, when he was tried on a charge of criminally libelling Miss Maud Allen, Maud Allen being, however, as I immediately realized, only a stalking horse for forces which I recognized as belonging to what I call the Ross gang view of life. This trial brought me into great prominence owing to the fight I had from the witness box with Mr. Justice Darling. After the ransom case I had written to Mr. Justice Darling, telling him that the only reason I had not answered him as he deserved to be answered, when he attacked and bullied me in that case, was that I was bound by a promise, given on my word of honour to my counsel, Mr. Cecil Hayes, that I would not attack the judge, however great the provocation. In this letter I said to Mr. Justice Darling, "If ever I come before you again, as I pray God I may, you will see what will happen to you." I have no intention of retailing all this business again in detail. It was fully reported in the papers. Mr. Justice Darling tried to repeat the tactics with me which he had used in the ransom case, but on this occasion I was not bound by any promise, and I was free not only to defend myself, but to carry the war into the enemy's camp. My methods were entirely successful, for after a duel lasting about 5 minutes, during which Mr. Justice Darling threatened to have me removed from the court, he gave up the struggle, and left me to give my evidence exactly as I chose to give it. Later he made certain remarks about me in his summing up, and I rose to my feet in the body of the court and called him a damned liar, a remark which was received with a perfect tornado of cheers and hand-clapping, lasting for several minutes, under cover of which I discreetly retired. It has often been wondered why Mr. Justice Darling did not commit me to prison for contempt of court on this occasion. Well, I called him a damned liar, and if he had committed me for contempt, the question must ultimately have arisen of exactly what were the words he had used which I had stigmatized as lying words. The shorthand report of his summing up speech would have shown exactly what he said, and the question would have arisen as to whether it was true or not. Well, it was not true, and Mr. Justice Darling knew it was not true. So that explains why Mr. Justice Darling was not taking any more risks with me. When I left the court after the verdict in this case, I was loudly cheered by a crowd of several thousand people outside the Old Bailey. Several years later, when my case against the Evening News was in the list, I was informed by my solicitor that it was coming on a certain day next week, and that it was to be tried by Mr. Justice Darling. I immediately took a cab to the law courts, sent in my card to the associate, the official who settles the order of cases and arranges what judge shall take what case, and asked if I might see him. He came out to see me in the corridor of the court, and asked me stiffly what I wanted. I told him that I had been informed that Mr. Justice Darling was to take my case against the Evening News. He said, "Yes, that is so." I said, "Well, I refuse to have my case tried by Mr. Justice Darling, and if he attempts to try it, I will make such a row as has never been heard before in the law courts." He said, "What is your objection to Mr. Justice Darling?" I then said that I did not wish to say a word against Mr. Justice Darling, and that no doubt his intention would be to give the case a fair trial, but, I said, in view of what happened in the Billing case, is it conceivable that he will not be prejudiced against me? And in any case, surely he would not wish to try a case in which I am concerned, if he knows that I strongly object and want the case to be tried by some other judge. Why, I went on, should this one judge of all others be selected to try this particular case? This was so reasonable that the associate was bound to admit the force of what I said. His reply was, "There are only 3 judges on the rota at present, and Mr. Justice Darling happened to be the one selected for your case. But in view of what you say, we will give you Mr. Justice Bray instead." I said, "No thanks, I won't have Bray either." This tickled the associate so much that he began to laugh. He said, "Why, what is the matter with Mr. Justice Bray?" I then explained that he had tried the case in which Crossland was non-suited when he sued Ross for malicious prosecution, and that in the course of his remarks he had attacked me most unjustifiably when I was not there to defend myself, and that I had written and circulated all over the bench and bar a sonnet about him, the last line of which was, "And down the ages Bray and Bray and Bray." The sonnet appears in my collected satires, published by the Fortune Press in 1926. The smiling associate said, "Well, you know, Lord Alfred, litigants are not supposed to come here and choose their own judges, but may I ask what judge would suit you?" I replied, "Oh, I don't mind the Lord Chief Justice." He was the 3rd judge on the rota. "Very well, then," said the associate, "we will give you the Lord Chief Justice." I thanked him and withdrew, but next week my case was taken out of the list and put on right after the long vacation, when it ultimately came before Mr. Justice Horridge, and I won it easily, as I have already related. In 1919 my collected poems was published by Mr. Martin Secker. The volume is now out of print, and a new collected poems, which include In Excelsis and other poems, will be shortly brought out. The sale of my poetry, which has been the reprinting again and again of stuff I wrote 30 or more years ago, with a few additions from time to time, has now run into a good many thousand volumes. In addition to that, my poems have been extensively pirated in America, and 1,000 copies were sold in France of the original volume Poems, with a French prose translation. My new collected edition will contain my light comic and nonsense verses, which have also gone on steadily selling for the last 20 or 30 years. Footnote. Since this was written, my complete poems has duly appeared. End footnote. Nothing more which would be of any general interest occurred during the 5 years when I was at Shelley's Folly, until I became the editor of a new paper called Plain English in 1920. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. Just before Plain English was started, my brother Percy married for the 2nd time. The lady who survives him is Mary, Marchioness of Queensberry. He wrote to me unexpectedly and told me of his marriage, and that his wife wanted to give him a horse as a wedding present, which should revive the old family colours, salmon, green sleeves and cap, which had been my father's colours, and Arthur Douglas's, Old Joe, and mine in France. The idea was, he said, to buy a 3-year-old which was entered in the Derby. I wrote back and said in effect, "What's the use of buying a 3-year-old to run in the Derby, when it is quite impossible, even for a great deal more than your wife would be likely to give, to buy one that would have the slightest chance of winning? Why not buy a horse to win a big handicap at the beginning of the year?" I went on to tell him that I knew that Bob Sevier had a horse called Royal Books, which he told me was sure to win the Lincolnshire handicap, and that I thought he would probably be willing to sell, as he had not enough money at present to back the horse in the sort of way he liked to bet. My connection with Sevier was brought about in a curious and unexpected way. During the time I had the academy, he was, I considered, one of my greatest enemies. He had published coarse and offensive paragraphs and jokes about me in his paper, The Winning Post. I had retaliated by roasting him whenever I got the chance in the academy. His dislike of me was entirely founded on a misapprehension of my attitude towards Oscar Wilde, who was his bête noire. He chose to imagine that, having been mixed up with Wilde as a boy, I was still more or less concerned in that sort of thing, which, as a matter of fact, he might have known from public events I had long utterly repudiated and reacted against. During the years that succeeded my editorship of the Academy, he still kept up this attitude towards me, and although I had never spoken to him, or he to me, he had glared at me, and I had glared back, on several occasions when we had seen each other at race meetings. I was therefore, as may be imagined, greatly surprised to get from a press-cutting agency one day a cutting from the Winning Post about the Pemberton Billing case, in which, while having nothing very pleasant to say about Billing, Sevier had gone out of his way to speak of me in a very kind and generous way, with a reference to the part I had played in the case and the courageous attitude I had adopted in giving evidence. He wrote in his paper that he wished entirely to withdraw anything he had ever said or written against me. I wrote to him and said I was glad to read what he said, and that I had never understood why he should attack me as he did, and that I accepted his expressions of regret for what he had done and written in the spirit in which they were offered. He wrote back reaffirming what he had said in his paper, and again expressing his genuine sorrow for having misjudged and calumniated me. He asked me to go to stay with him at his home, Fitzroy House, Newmarket. Life in those days at Shelley's Folly was somewhat dull and uneventful. The prospect of getting a ride or two was blissful to me. I had not been on a horse's back for several years, except on one or two occasions when my very good friend, Dale the trainer, who then lived near me, had let me ride one of his horses in Lord Monkbretton's park. I accepted Sevier's invitation and had a very pleasant visit, which included among its attractions early morning rides on Bath and Tweedledum. I also later, during another visit, induced Sevier to publish in the Winning Post a slashing article about Ross and a certain friend of his. The article was entitled OHMS and created considerable stir in the clubs and also in the Foreign Office, producing, indeed, exactly the effect which I had designed it to have. No one but Sevier would have published it. This article was in the nature of a counterblast to the attempt which was then being made by the Asquiths and others to rehabilitate and whitewash Ross at my expense. While I was with Bob Sevier, he told me all about Royal Books, whom I saw doing his work daily at exercise, and I knew for a fact that he had great confidence about winning the Lincoln Handicap. My brother wrote back and said that he and his wife would take my advice, and would I ask Sevier if he would sell the horse, and how much he wanted. I wrote to Sevier, and he wired, "Bring your brother and Lady Queensberry along to stay a few days." So we all went to Fitzroy House, and Royal Books was sold over the dinner table the night we arrived, for £3,000, a jolly good bargain, considering that within a few months he won the Lincoln Handicap and the City and Suburban in his first two appearances in the Douglas colours. The colours, by the way, were altered, as the horse ran in my sister-in-law's name. My brother ought to have won at least £20,000 over these two superlative coups, but he made a sad hash of things, and insisted, against the combined advice of Sevier and myself, in going off on a wild goose chase to America in search of certain properties there, which he had formerly marked down as valuable. Doubtless these properties had value, but the usual fate overtook poor Percy about them. He did no good, and came back cleaned out. The whole thing ended in tragedy, for when he came back from America he was very indignant because Royal Books had not been run in his name, and the hell of a row took place all round, in which I, as his brother, of course took his part. The result was a quarrel between Sevier and myself. I am glad to say, however, that this is now quite at an end, and that I am convinced that he acted with perfect loyalty towards my dear brother, whose death about a year later was a frightful blow to me. The same applies to my sister-in-law, Mary Queensberry, with whom I was also embroiled at this time, but who is now, I am glad to say, on terms of sisterly affection with me, and who has proved herself a true and loyal friend. Unfortunately, at the time of Royal Books' victories, I had no money to back him with, being at that time almost literally penniless. However, Sevier sent me £100 when he won the Lincoln, and the same when he won the City and Suburban, while my sister-in-law put me a pony each way on him for the second race. After all, I had done them both a very good turn. I forget the price he started at, but I won a few hundreds. It ought to have been thousands, of course, but hard up as I was then, even my small win was exceedingly useful. Sevier kept the horse in his stable and trained him for both races, and anyone who knows him will have no difficulty in guessing that most of the £3,000 he got for the horse went on him at a long price when he won the Lincoln, and that he followed up his winnings over the second victory. Just before Percy went to South Africa, he had been staying with some friends of mine and his, the Conchys, who had a house in Great Cumberland Place and a castle and grouse-moor in Perthshire. To my amazement, one day, Percy told me that Mr. Conchy had asked him why "a clever fellow like your brother does nothing." Percy replied, "It's all very fine. What can he do? All the papers boycott him. He can't get an article printed anywhere. His only chance would be a paper of his own." "Very well," said Conchy, "I'll start a paper for him." I may say that for 2 or 3 years before this happened, I had prayed to St. Anthony of Padua every day for a paper, but I did not see the slightest earthly chance of getting it. So I got a paper of my own again, which I held for only about 16 months. I called it Plain English, and it was a sixpenny weekly. For the sake of old association, Conchy, at my request, paid £100 for the title The Academy, which had been kept alive by someone who had brought out sufficient dummies to preserve the title. So our paper was called Plain English, with which is incorporated The Academy. Mr. Conchy gave me an absolutely free hand and £50 a month salary, and I must say that as a proprietor to work for, he was a very pleasing contrast to Eddie Tennant in the first days of the Academy. Not only did he never dream of interfering with my editorial functions, but he frequently sent me letters and telegrams of congratulation when a particularly good number came out. I got Pym over from Ireland to act as my assistant editor, and between us we produced a very lively sheet. Of the first number brought out, only about 350 copies were sold, but by the time I left the editorship, the circulation was nearly 3,000, and going up every week. The paper was a die-hard conservative. Indeed, I claim to have invented the die-hard party. Catholic, although 75% of my readers were non-Catholics, and very anti-Lloyd George and coalition. We also put up a strenuous fight, far stronger than that made by any other paper, against the iniquitous surrender to Sinn Féin and the betrayal of the Irish loyalists, which will ever remain the darkest blot on the history of the Neo-Georgian period of English history. It is a fact that the Ulster Defence Council came to us after having been, in vain, to every other paper in London, including the Morning Post, and asked us to give details of the Sinn Féin outrages which were going on, unreported, in the craven London press, week by week. I saw the President, and agreed to print anything they liked to send in, and we went on printing details of outrages every week, in spite of the fact that I was threatened with reprisals, and warned anonymously that I would be shot. It is rather remarkable that Plain English, for which I claim that it was the only secular Catholic paper published in England since the Reformation, should have been the one paper in London to fight the Battle of Ulster and the Irish Loyalists. It was thanks to Pym's extensive knowledge of the whole history of Ireland that I was able to point out that nearly all the Irish revolutionary leaders in the past had been Protestants and not Catholics, and that therefore the attempt that was being made in certain quarters to identify the Catholic Church with Sinn Féin was a perversion of the truth. As a matter of fact, a great deal more than half the Irish men and women who were murdered or reduced to beggary by the Sinn Féiners were Catholics, just as the vast majority of those Irishmen who fought and died for Great Britain in the war were Catholics. Our policy on Plain English was also strongly anti-Semitic. No other paper, with the exception of the Morning Post, did so much as plain English to open the eyes of the public to what the Jews were doing. It is, yet, the incredible fact that some 2 or 3 years after the death of plain English, the Morning Post deliberately published a libel on me, written by a Jew, to the effect that I had made it a paying proposition to publish vile slanders about the Jews. I sued the Morning Post for libel, and it pleaded justification. The case was fought entirely on the question of my allegations about Winston Churchill, and the report issued by the Admiralty on the Battle of Jutland. Apart from this question, my attacks on the Jews were scarcely touched on in the trial of the action. The Morning Post called Winston Churchill as a witness, and my counsel, Mr. Comyns Carr, in the middle of the case, suddenly announced, just before Mr. Churchill was called into the box, that he would not cross-examine him, and a pendant to this was, why I have never been able to begin to understand, that the evidence and cross-examination by Comyns Carr of Lord Belpher, which had been taken on commission and was in court in official printed page form, was also suppressed. I was so indignant at this that I left the court after making a protest. In the result I got a very unexpected verdict, but only a farthing's damages. After my counsel's virtual throwing up of the case, I had no expectation of getting a verdict. In this case, I was cross-examined by Sir Patrick Hastings, and I may say without fear of contradiction that I wiped the floor with him almost as effectually as I did in the case of Marshall Hall. The conduct of the Morning Post on this occasion, it has since changed hands, so what I am saying does not apply to the paper as it is now, seemed to me so revealing of the sort of thing that commends itself to patriotic Britons that in the end it almost revolutionized my feelings about the Jews. I feel now that it is ridiculous to make accusations against the Jews, attributing to them qualities and methods which are really much more typically English than Jewish. No Jew that ever drew the breath of life would have rounded on another Jew in the way the Morning Post rounded on me. For it is a fact that more than half of the vile slanders which I published in plain English on the Jews were taken bodily out of the columns of the Morning Post, and moreover my policy on the Irish question and every other political question was identical with that of the Morning Post. In fact, it would be easy for me to show that if I borrowed some of the Morning Post's facts and figures about the Jews, they made no scruple to borrow in a wholesale manner and reproduce in their leading articles the ideas and arguments of plain English. I was far from objecting to this. The more the ideas and arguments of plain English were disseminated, the more I was pleased. But that the Morning Post should help itself, as it did, to all my thunder, and then join hands with my enemies to squash me, seemed to me a clear case of out-Heroding Herod. My present view about the Jews is that if the English, as they apparently do, like to be bossed by the Jews, and get very angry with anyone who tells them about it, there is no sense in blaming the Jews for taking advantage of the situation. If a nation or a party, or any body of persons, chooses to lie down on its face and invite the Jews to come and trample on it, why blame the Jews for accepting the invitation? I used to get very excited about these questions and about politics generally when I had plain English. I was desperately sincere and quite ready to die or go to prison for my convictions. But the way I was treated on this occasion by the Morning Post, and by others who professed to share all my views, and the subsequent prosecution and imprisonment I underwent in return for my efforts to help my country, completely cured me of any desire to meddle further in English politics or patriotic movements. Leaving out all questions of my accusations against Mr. Churchill for which I was convicted, and on which I do not desire to add a word, his reception into the bosom of the Conservative Party, after he had spent 25 years of his life in abusing and attacking and trying, most successfully, to keep that party out of power, convinced me that there was no place for me in English politics. I have no polite name for that sort of business. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. I ran Plain English for 16 months, at the end of which period the editorship was taken away from me as the result of an ignoble intrigue, which did very little credit to the intelligence of those who engineered it. These people were apparently fatuous enough to imagine that Plain English, which was my creation and largely written, as well as closely edited and supervised, by me, could be more successfully carried on with another editor. "Plain English is a splendid paper," said these silly persons, "but we would prefer that it should have another editor." This was just as if they had said, "We like Lord Alfred Douglas's poems very much, but we would rather have them written by someone else." I, in the meanwhile, started another paper of my own, called Plain Speech, which I ran for several months entirely on subscriptions obtained by appealing to the public. When I was pushed out of the editorship of Plain English, I brought out a number of Plain Speech, in which I appealed for funds, and I said plainly that unless I obtained them, the first number of Plain Speech would also be the last. When I left Plain English, I took with me my assistant editor, Herbert Moore Pym, and all the best contributors. I also almost immediately drew over nearly all the subscribers in circulation. At the end of 3 months, my new paper had a circulation of over 2,000. Money came in a wonderful way. In response to my first appeal, I got about £250 in free gifts. After that, Mr. Ernest Brown, a patriotic merchant in the city, with the greatest generosity, sent me £50 a week regularly, right up to the time when I closed down the paper. It cost about £75 a week to run the paper, and the balance required I got easily enough. What stopped the paper in the end was simply that my health broke down, and after a very severe attack of influenza, I was brought almost to death's door, and was incapable of doing another stroke of work for many months. This followed on all the strain of the long fight which was what the editorship of Plain English and Plain Speech entailed. The strain culminated in the trial of my action for damages against the Evening News, which had published a false report of my death, placarded it all over London. I had the curious experience of seeing the placard announcing my death and buying the paper, and, under cover of an obituary notice, grossly libelled me. The trial came on just before Plain Speech expired. I lasted out through the trial and 2 days in the witness box, and then, a few days after the verdict, I collapsed. I was very ill for several weeks. My wife helped to win this case for me by coming to court and sitting with me all through the trial. Her presence, and the moral support she gave me, to a large extent paralysed the attack on me in reference to her father, which was one of the chief features of the brief prepared by Lewis and Lewis for Douglas Hogg, who was the leader for the Evening News. My answers in cross-examination on this point were of course greatly strengthened by the fact that my wife was supporting me, and that, if necessary, I might have put her into the witness box to prove the truth of what I said about the way her father had treated me. Mr. Justice Horridge was distinctly hostile to me when the case began. My counsel, Mr. Comyns Carr, made what very nearly proved the fatal mistake of not putting me into the box directly after he opened his case. I told him over and over again in consultation that I would never win the case unless I went into the witness box, but he and Mr. Bell between them persuaded me, very reluctantly, to let him do the case in his own way. The result was, of course, that Hogg got in a deadly attack on me, painting me as blackly as possible to the jury, and reading out my stolen letters to Wilde and others, while I had to sit and listen to him without replying. At last I told Carr that I could stand it no longer, and that if I did not go into the witness box we might as well throw up the case. By this time he saw what a frightful mistake he had made, and he asked leave of the judge to let me go into the box in rebuttal. Hogg, of course, strongly opposed this. The judge hesitated, or appeared to hesitate, and I was in agonies, but he finally said, It is entirely in my discretion whether or not I allow him to go into the box now, but on the whole I think that the jury would like to hear him, so I rule that he may go into the box." I was saved. If I had not gone into the box, I was finished forever. For if I had lost this case, and most people thought that I had not 100 to 1 chance of winning it, I could never have got over it. Directly Carr had finished my examination in chief, and Hogg started to cross-examine me, I got in some very strong remarks about George Lewis. The judge said to Hogg, "I am not stopping this witness because I imagine that you would not wish me to do so," as much as to say, "He is cutting his own throat, and it is no business of mine to stop him." I took no notice, and went straight on, and my case began to develop. By the end of the day, when the case was adjourned, I had begun to produce an effect with the jury, and the judge was beginning to sit up and take notice. Carr said to me in an agonized voice as I left the court, "For God's sake, be careful." I said, "Don't worry, I have got the jury all ready, and the judge is beginning to come round." Next day my cross-examination went on all day. Halfway through my cross-examination, the judge came right round to my side, and I had got the jury ever since the first half-hour. Thereafter Mr. Justice Horridge helped me as much as he could. He tried on one occasion to stop Hogg asking me a very awkward question, but before he had time to overrule the question, I whipped out a devastating reply. "Well, you are answered," said the judge to Mr. Hogg, with a smile. Hogg made a bad slip by referring to my book, Oscar Wilde and Myself, and in a minute the judge had the book produced, and told me to read any passages I liked to the jury. "You put it in, you know," he said to the discomfited Hogg. I read several passages with deadly effect. The question of a date arose, and I said, "Well, I can't tell you the exact date, but if you look at Eve and the serpent, that will settle it." Immediately the judge was onto it. "What is Eve and the serpent?" he demanded. I told him it was a poem I had published, and Hogg produced it, describing it as "a disgraceful and scurrilous attack on one of the Chancery judges." The judge, meanwhile, was reading it with evident relish. I tried to soften it down by saying, "It was not exactly meant for Mr. Justice Eve. It was just a punning skit on the Chancery courts, based on the fact that one of the judges is called Eve." "Come, come, Lord Alfred," said the judge, "do yourself justice. You know you meant it for Mr. Justice Eve." "Well, I suppose I did," I replied, nothing loath. Then followed the summing up, entirely in my favour. Verdict for plaintiff, damages £1,000, the jury adding the rider about the scandal of my stolen letters being brought up against me again and again in lawsuits, and expressing an opinion that those letters ought now to be returned to me or destroyed. Then, of course, the inevitable notice of appeal. The judge expressed a strong opinion that there were no grounds of appeal, but allowed the appeal to be entered, adding, however, that it must be on condition that the damages were paid into court by next day. I shook hands with Carr and thanked him for what he had done. He said, very generously and modestly, "It was nothing to do with me. You won the case yourself in the witness box." Then followed the reports in the papers, with most of the stuff favourable to me hacked out as usual. But even the unfairness of the press could not spoil my triumph. The appeal was dropped, and I cashed in my £1,000. The Evening News, of course, had to pay all the costs, which must have run to a big amount. It relieved its feelings by sacking Machen, the author of the obituary notice. I ought also to say that I was greatly helped in this action by the kind and generous support I got from the late Dr. Byers Moir, my family doctor, and from the late Monsignor Bickerstaff Drew and the Catholic Bishop of Clifton, who all voluntarily came and gave evidence for me as to my character. No doubt their evidence produced a great effect on the jury. Also, owing to the kindness and charity of Sister Mary Vincent of the Convent of Mercy at Hull, I not only had the prayers of her community, but those of 2,000 school children every day for many weeks, right up to and during the trial. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. I have already said all I want to say about my trial and conviction at the Old Bailey for libelling Winston Churchill. I was sentenced to 6 months in the second division. The second division confers no privileges, except in the matter of writing and receiving letters and visits. 1 a month is the allowance in each case. Apart from that, a prisoner in the second division might just as well be sentenced to simple imprisonment or imprisonment with hard labour. The labour is the same in every case. When I was in prison, I was put to work for the first 10 days in the shed to sew mail bags. After that I was transferred to the garden. There were about 15 of us gardeners. Some were second division and others were hard labour. We all did exactly the same work. So if the hard labour people were doing hard labour, so was I. Part of the work we did was filling carts with coal and then dragging the carts. This, swinging a shovel, is fairly hard work, and I did my share of it, although the officer who looked after the gardeners, a charming and kindly fellow named Belcher, told me that I did not need to do it if it overtired me. My natural desire was to do the same as everyone else did, and, if I had had enough to eat, my work in the garden, which conferred the privileges of being in the open air for 5 or 6 hours a day, without a hat in all weathers, this was in December and January, would have done me no harm at all. But unfortunately, starved as I was and weak for want of food, it caused internal injuries from which I have never recovered. I have already described my reception at Wormwood Scrubs in 1914. When I went again in 1923, on 13th of December, everything was just the same. I was worn out and sick when I reached the prison. I think I ought to have been sent straight to hospital. However, I did not say anything about how ill I felt, and the doctor did not notice it, and I spent 7 weeks, during which I was nearly starving, in the ordinary prison, getting weaker and weaker, because I could not eat the food. For the first 2 weeks I ate nothing but the crusts of the bread, and drank the half-pint of weak cocoa in the evening. The last meal was at 4 o'clock, nothing more after that till next day's breakfast. I believe I would have died if the deputy governor, who was always very kind and pleasant to me, had not happened to pass close to me one day in the garden. He stopped and said, "You are looking frightfully ill. You must report to the doctor." I said, "Oh, I don't know. I don't feel any worse than usual." He went away, and next day the doctor sent for me and had me weighed. Evidently I had lost a lot of weight, because he asked me about the food. I asked how much weight I had lost, but they would not tell me. I had by this time gone on the vegetarian diet, because it was slightly less nauseating than the other, but except for a tiny piece of cheese, very nasty but eatable, and a sort of pudding which came 3 times a week and had a slight suspicion of sweetness about it, there was scarcely anything I could eat. The doctor doubled my allowance of cheese and cocoa and pudding. Then I was weighed again in a few days, but my weight was still going down rapidly. He said, "You must go into the hospital. I can't give you any more to eat outside the hospital because I am tied by the regulations, but if you go to hospital you will get good food and plenty of it." I was only too glad to go, and by that time I was so weak that the officer who took me across had to put his arm round me to hold me up. It shows what a state of collapse I was in that I remember being filled with horror and apprehension, because, when I got to the hospital, there was a cat standing at the door with a mouse in its mouth. I dislike mice very much, and I had never seen a sign of one in my cell in Hall B, number 69, to my great relief. So when I saw the cat, I remembered that someone had told me that there were swarms of mice in the hospital. I said to the officer, "Will there be mice in my ward?" He said, "Well, there might be, but you needn't mind them, they won't hurt you." People never can understand that one's dislike to mice is not connected with any apprehension that they may be liable to bite one. I was frozen with horror. I thought to myself, if the place is going to be full of mice, it will just about finish me. When I was left alone, I prayed desperately to St. Anthony of Padua to keep mice away from me. It is the extraordinary fact that I never saw one again, or heard the slightest sound of one the whole time I was in the hospital, though other prisoners told me that the place was full of them. The hospital has 2 floors. There are wards with beds in them, just like ordinary hospital wards, and there are also rows of separate cells. The wards are airy and cheerful, and the cells are much less forbidding than the cells in the ordinary prison. They have much larger windows, which you can look out of without standing on a chair, and the hospital itself is pleasantly situated in the garden of the prison. When I got into a private cell, with its green walls and a little cot, actually with real sheets and a pillow, I began to feel better. The food seemed too delicious to be real. It was just ordinary roast beef or roast mutton and rice pudding, but, starving as I was, it seemed like ambrosia. I also got half a pint of milk a day and some real bread. There was no butter, only margarine, which I never would eat, so I preferred my bread dry. I was horrified, after I had been in hospital about 3 weeks, to gather from something the doctor said on one of his visits that when my weight got back to normal, I would have to go back to Hall B. I was so much less wretched in my cell in the hospital that the idea of going back to starvation gave me cold shivers. I again had recourse to St. Anthony, and though I was weighed every week, and though I really was fed up and had plenty of good food, I never anywhere near got back my weight, and I stayed in the hospital right to the day of my release. For the last 6 weeks in prison, I used to play the American organ in the Catholic chapel at Mass and Benediction. This was a treat, as it gave me a little variation from the deadly monotony. We used to have choir practices, which were rather amusing. The choir chiefly consisted of a few Borstal boys and a sprinkling of Sinn Feiners. I was very friendly with the Sinn Feiners. Although I had been so anti-Sinn Fein, I felt very sorry for them and sympathetic, as they were Catholics, gentlemen, and political offenders. I thought it very unjust that they should be treated as ordinary prisoners. Some of them had frightful sentences, as long as 12 or 18 months. One of them, McGrath, a very nice fellow, looked terribly ill when I went out. I told them just before I left to cheer up, as I was going to get them out. When I got out, I wrote to the Home Secretary about them. It was while the Labour government were in power, so logically, as I told the Home Secretary, they had no right whatever to object to Sinn Feiners. It was, I dare say, a mere coincidence that directly after that they were transferred to Brixton as political offenders and put in the 1st Division, which, compared with the 2nd Division, is simply luxury, as you can have your own clothes and food. A few weeks later they were let out altogether. So, even if I had no part in securing their release, I certainly brought them luck. I was very friendly with Art O'Brien, one of the Sinn Feiners, and when I went out, I smuggled a letter from him to his sister. Father Musgrave, the Catholic chaplain, was very kind to me, and it was, of course, he who made me organist as soon as the other prisoner who played the organ finished his sentence and went out. There was one extraordinary old chap in the choir who had been in prison altogether, on and off, for 29 years. He fancied himself as a solo singer, and sang the solo part in Regina Laetare at Easter. He also had his own ideas as to how the hymns ought to be sung, which frequently differed from the way they were scored in my hymn book. I played them as they were written, but he said I was wrong, and Father Musgrave said, "Never mind, play it his way. It's a tradition of the prison." However, one day Father Musgrave himself remonstrated with him and said he was wrong, whereupon he replied, "Excuse me, Father, I've been 29 years in prison, and if I don't know how to sing these hymns, I don't know who should." While Father Musgrave was away for a time, owing to illness, his place was taken by a Carmelite from Church Street, Kensington, Father Forty, who also showed me the greatest possible kindness. A friend of mine, Mr. Rose, bully-ragged the Home Secretary into giving me permission to have writing materials, on the ground that I was a distinguished poet, and that it was outrageous to deprive me of the means of exercising my art. Accordingly, I was given a school copybook, as supplied to Borstal boys, and a pencil. I felt that it was up to me to write something, as my friend had been to so much trouble. So I wrote a sonnet with considerable difficulty. I had no intention of writing any more, but one day I had another shot and produced another sonnet, and then again a third. Quite accidentally they hung together, and I conceived the idea of writing a long poem all in sonnets. I worked hard at it, invoking St. Anthony and St. Thomas Aquinas whenever I got stuck, and produced the 17 sonnets which make up my poem in XXXIX, which appeared in the London Mercury and was afterwards published by Martin Secker. A week before I came out of prison, I started saying it to myself every night in bed, so as to get it by heart. It was fortunate that I did this, as the Home Office, for reasons best known to itself, confiscated my copybook 2 days before I left prison, and have refused to give it back to me, though I have twice asked them to reconsider their decision. Prison is terrible beyond belief. It makes me indignant to read letters and articles from people who talk about coddling prisoners. I would like to give such people, and also most of the judges on the bench, just what I had in the 2nd Division, 6 months, which, with remission marks, is really only 5 months. It is unrelieved misery all the time. I was better off in the hospital because I had enough to eat, and was allowed as many books as I wanted. But, on the other hand, I was soon ill from want of air and exercises. You are not obliged to do any work in hospital, but many do it to kill time. It is awful to be locked up for 22 hours, sometimes 23 hours, out of every 24, in a tiny cell. Each day is like a month. Time passed much quicker before I went to the hospital. If I could have had the food I had in hospital, combined with the fresh air and exercise I got in the garden, I would not have complained. But it was a choice between starving on the one hand and claustration in a kennel on the other. In a ward, you may be worse off than in a cell. Just before I left prison, during the last week in fact, I had a return of the unreasoning panic I had had 9 years before in Wormwood Scrubs. I thought they would not let me out. I was bound over in addition to my imprisonment, and up to the last minute the governor received no word from the Home Office about the acceptance of my surety, Sholto Douglas again. I could see that the governor was worried about it on my behalf, and this terrified me. Finally, the governor said, "You had better write to the Home Office yourself." I did. I implored them not to torture me further, and to send word that I was to be released on the day my sentence expired. This produced the desired result, but I was in agonies to the last day. It took me 2 years to get over the effects of my imprisonment. Soon after I got out I went abroad, first to Bruges and then to Brussels. I was very ill at both places, and suffered from a kind of blood poisoning, which was due to starvation and other things. I am nearly well now, apart from the internal injury. There is really nothing more to tell of my life, which at present appears to have settled into a placid groove. When I had somewhat recovered from the effects of my imprisonment, I went abroad a second time with my son Raymond, who was for a short time in the Scots Guards. We had a very pleasant time in Monte Carlo and various places in France. About this time I began to notice, more particularly, that the attitude of society, speaking generally, had changed towards me. All of a sudden, everyone I met, wherever I went, began to be kind and amiable. This was entirely due to the sympathy which my imprisonment and sufferings aroused. The English are like that. They have very little imagination, and they will go on behaving in a perfectly brutal way for years to a man, not out of ill nature, for really they are the most good-hearted and kindly people au fond, but simply, as I say, from want of imagination, and because they have never taken the trouble to find out the facts about the man in question for themselves, but have been hypnotized by parrot cries and mass suggestion. Then one day, insensibly, the scale tips in the other direction, probably as the result of a long process whose details are hidden in obscurity. I suppose the two main reasons why I've been so unkindly and harshly treated in England are that I'm a Scotsman and that I'm a poet. The English do not understand the Scots. They call them mean, which is the most ludicrous libel, for the Scots, man for man, are far more generous and more hospitable, and more inclined to stick up for the underdog and to fight for lost causes, supreme test of generosity, than the English. Their attitude towards the Stuarts shows this. They went on being Jacobites and fighting and dying for the Stuarts long after the English had got to the stage of denouncing as traitors and hanging and otherwise persecuting anyone who continued to uphold the claims of his lawful sovereign. My own direct ancestor, Sir John Douglas, was the only Douglas who was out on the right side in the '45 Jacobite Rising, and was imprisoned for 2 years in the Tower, and narrowly escaped being hanged. Also, the English hate poets, as long as they're alive. I mean real poets, of course. They love sham poets, and persons who recite little things of their own in drawing rooms. But when real poets die, the English begin to appreciate them and to get sentimental about them. This sometimes happens even while the poet is still alive. After abusing and persecuting a poet for the greater part of his lifetime, they sometimes end by being quite nice, to use the universal English word, to him and about him. I rather hope they will go on being nice to me, for I admit that I am a little weary of my 30 Years' War, and I am not disinclined to take a rest and to bid farewell to the arena. The only thing that would get me out again would be another paper of my own, and that seems quite beyond the reach of probability. End of chapter 46. Appendix of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix. While this book was actually in the press, and at the time when I was just getting the proofs, a sale by Messrs. Delau of Old Bond Street of a quantity of Oscar Wilde's letters was announced, and Messrs. Delau sent me a copy of the limited to 105 special edition of their catalogue containing copious extracts from the letters. Some weeks earlier they'd approached me through my friend Mr. A. Symonds, and had asked and obtained from me my permission to include in their sale numerous letters of Wilde's containing references, many of them abusive and scandalous, to myself. This permission I gave, only making the condition that Messrs. Delau's catalogue should be prefaced by the following note, which duly appears on page 5 of the catalogue. We have submitted the letters in this catalogue for examination to Lord Alfred Douglas. Lord Alfred raises no objection to their dispersal in view of their historical and self-revealing interest, and considers that his consent is sufficiently indicative of the attitude he takes up towards the references to himself which they contain. That attitude, of course, can only be described as one of contemptuous indifference. I could have prevented the sale of these letters, with their lies and libels, and above all, perfidious suppressions of the truth about myself, but I did not attempt to do so. It was perhaps fortunate that I had finished writing this book, in which throughout I have endeavoured to be as kind and as generous as possible to the memory of Wilde, before I read the letters to Robert Ross written from Paris by him during the last year of his life. The perfidy and meanness of his references to myself in these letters are rather hard to forgive. Here is an extract from one dated only 1900, but written, evidently, about the month of March. Frank Harris is here, also Bosie. I asked Bosie what you suggested, without mentioning any sum at all, after dinner. He had just won £400 at the races, and £800 a few days before, so he was in high spirits. When I spoke to him, he went into paroxysms of rage, followed by satirical laughter, and said it was the most monstrous suggestion he had ever heard, that he would do nothing of the kind, that he was astounded at my suggesting such a thing. Not a word in the letter to hint that at the time when he made the suggestion I had already given him large sums of money, and had expressed my intention of going on giving him financial assistance as long as I had any money to give him. On the occasion to which he refers, alluded to in the course of this book, he had asked me for £2,000, and I had told him that as up to that time I had received only £8,000 from my father's estate, and could not expect to get more than another £6,000 as my whole inheritance, and that this was all the money which I had any expectation of getting for the rest of my life, I could not possibly give him such a large sum all at once. Before he asked me for the modest sum of £2,000, I had already given him, a few moments before, 2,000 francs, £80. In fact, it was my gift to him of this sum which started his begging, or rather demanding, more money. What he said in effect was, "I am much obliged for this 2,000 francs, but does it not occur to you that now that you have come into all this money, you ought to do something substantial for me? I think you ought to give me at least a couple of £1,000. I was taken aback by his impudence, and I told him frankly that I thought his suggestion was outrageous, that I did not see any reason why he had a right, as he seemed to think he had, to look to me for financial support, but that I was, all the same, ready, as his friend, to help him, in reason, whenever I could, as I had already done. At the time when this incident occurred, I had already given him at least £200 that year. In the letters which follow this letter of Wilde's in Dalow's catalogue, right down to the time of his death, there are constant references to money, and constant references, often unflattering, to me. But not once does Wilde mention that I had given him money, and was giving him money at regular intervals, as I did from the moment I inherited my small fortune right up to the day of his death. At the time of the action for libel which I brought against Mr. Arthur Ransom in 1913, I obtained from the Piccadilly branch of the National Provincial Bank, who were my bankers during the last year of Wilde's life, a certified copy of my passbook. It contained numerous entries relating to cheques payable to Wilde under the name, which he then went by, of Sebastian Melmoth. Altogether, the amount I sent to Wilde that year in cheques, including £20 given to Ross 2 days after Wilde's death to pay for the funeral, amounted to £390. The entries in my passbook were put to me one by my counsel, and naturally counsel on the other side could make no attempt to dispute them. The first of the cheques I drew to Wilde under the name of Melmoth was in February 1900. The last was in November of the same year, a few days before his death. These cheques represented only the money I sent to him by post in 10 months. In addition to this, I gave him a large quantity of ready money. During that year I was living most of the time at Chantilly, where I had my racing stable, but I was constantly coming up to Paris for a night or two, and on these occasions I invariably asked Wilde to dine with me, and as invariably gave him money. The least I ever gave him in ready money on these occasions was 500 francs, £20, but more often it was 1,000 or 2,000 francs. It is exceedingly fortunate that I happened to be living at Chantilly, and not at Paris, during this period, and that as a consequence a good deal of the money I gave to Wilde was sent to him in cheques. But for this there would be no record of my having given him anything at all, and his lies and perfidious suppressions of the truth in his letters to Ross could not have been exposed. Ross was sitting in court during the trial of the Ransom libel action, and so was Mr. Morady, who was in close touch with his successor as literary executor to Wilde. Yet these letters of Wilde's to Ross, containing his abuse of me, and his mean and odious suppressions of the truth about my generosity, are given to the world and to posterity without a word to annotate or correct their false witness. Unfortunately, after the Ransom case, I lost the certified copy of my bank book, and though the dates and amounts of my cheques in favour of Wilde could be substantiated by reference to the official shorthand notes of the trial, I once more went to the bank, a few days ago, and asked the manager if he could look up the old ledgers and find for me the record of all cheques drawn to Melmoth. I was just in time, for the manager informed me that the ledgers are kept for 30 years and then destroyed, and he sent me the following list of the checks and their dates. The variation in the name, as Melmoth, Melmoth, and Melnot, is simply the result of carelessness in the clerk who copied the entries into the ledger. It will be observed that the amounts added together come to £332, and not £390. I feel pretty certain that this is simply because one cheque of £50 and another of £8 have been overlooked by the clerk who went through the old ledger, because at the time when I wrote my book, Oscar Wilde and Myself, in 1914, with the late T.W.H. Crossland, we both made the amount £390, and it so appears in that book. But in any case, this is not a matter of great importance, the point being merely that I was continually sending cheques to Wilde, in addition to giving him considerably more in ready money, and that in all his letters to Ross he not only makes no reference whatever to this fact, but complains of my meanness, and leaves it to be inferred, as has been inferred by all his biographers, including Frank Harris, Ross, Sherard, Davray, André Gide, and others, that I never gave him so much as a £5 note after he came out of prison. I append the letter I received from the manager of the National Provincial Bank, and the list of the cheques drawn in Wilde's favour. 208 and 209 Piccadilly, London W1, 30th November 1928. Dear Sir, referring to your call on the 28th instant, we beg to hand you herewith a list of the payments made in favour of Melmoth, Melmoth, or Melnot from the 12th of February 1900 to the 15th of November of the same year inclusive. We have also traced that on the 30th of April 1901 there was a payment according to your account in favour of Ross for £20. We trust that this is the information you require. Yours faithfully, George W. Sadler, Deputy Manager. Lord Alfred Bruce Douglas. Payments to Melmoth, Melmoth, or Melnot between February and November 1900. 1900. To Melmoth or Melmoth. February 12th, £20. February 19th, £125. February 27th, £12. March the 16th, £25. Melnot. May the 10th, £25. Melmoth or Melmoth. June 30th, £25. July 17th, £50. £25. August 16th, £15. Melnot. November 15th, £10. Also, 1901, Ross, April 30th, £20. Included in Messrs. Dalow's sale is also Wilde's disgraceful letter to Ross, written after I left him at Naples, in which, referring to me, he says, "As soon as there was no money, he left me." At the ransom trial, Mr. Mulrady, Ross's most intimate friend, gave evidence of the fact that when I was forced, against my will, to leave Wilde at Naples, I gave him £200, which sum was paid to Mulrady on my behalf in 2 cheques of £100 each, drawn by my mother and sent by Mr. Ady to Wilde. Here again the letter is offered for sale without a word to correct the wickedly false witness which it bears against me. Finally, the inspection of the letters offered for sale by Messrs. Dalow has revealed a most startling and dramatic confirmation of the view expressed by me in this book, that Ross played false over the manuscripts of the unpublished part of De Profundis, which is a letter to me, beginning, "Dear Bosie," and signed, "Your affectionate friend, Oscar Wilde." Here are 2 extracts from a letter written to Ross on 1st of April 1897 from Reading Gaol, containing Wilde's instructions to Ross about the disposal of this manuscript, which Ross has kindly "presented to the British Museum," although obviously it was never his property, and he had no right to give, and the British Museum no right to receive it, because quite clearly it is my property. The copy done and verified from the manuscript, The original should be dispatched to A.D. by Moore, and another copy done by the typewriter, so that you should have a copy as well as myself. There is no need to tell A.D. that a copy has been taken, unless he should write and complain of injustice in the letter, or misrepresentation. Then he should be told that a copy exists. Ross kept the original manuscript for himself, and did not even send me a copy. I saw the letter for the first time in the year 1912, when it was exhibited to me at the office of Messrs. Lewis and Lewis, as part of the documents relating to the plea of justification put in by Ransom as his reply to my action for libel. At the same time a copy of it was sent to me by Lewis and Lewis. Up till then I had no knowledge of its existence, though no doubt Wilde imagined that I had duly received it. As is explained in this book, this complete misapprehension, due to Ross's villainy, led to our being at cross purposes during the whole rest of his life after he came out of prison. Obviously he must have taken it for granted that I had received the letter, and it must have been a matter of perpetual amazement to him that my anticipated complaints about the injustice and misrepresentation in his abominable letter did not materialize. If I had received the letter, the whole course of subsequent history might have been altered. My indignation at Wilde's grotesque lies and misrepresentations, and his abuse and insults, would perhaps have cured me once for all of my infatuation for him, which still survived so strongly in those days. Again, on the other hand, it is possible, and indeed probable, that I would have forgiven him. In any case, the manuscript, now reposing in the British Museum, quite plainly belongs to me, and I shall expect that the custodians will now hand it over to me. It would be an insult to them to suppose that they would ever have accepted it as a gift from Ross, after he had used it against me in the ransom action, if they had known that Ross had neither a legal nor a moral right to have it in his possession at all. End of Appendix. End of the Autobiography of Lord Alfred Douglas.